send maybe their best pitcher, one of the best pitchers in baseball, to the mound. As I'm joined by Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. As always, if you're looking to win a series, you could do worse than having Josh Beckett out on the mound.
He's definitely their ace, and he has acted like an ace against all the American League East, but especially against these Yankees. He has been so dominant and so on his game. Josh Beckett in 2011, it's the 2007 version of Josh Beckett when he won 20 games, 3-0 against these Yankees, a .86, strikeouts galore, and then the 2 for 32 against the heart of their order, 0-63, 15 Ks, those 2 hits. Only Robinson Cano has figured out Josh Beckett, and I'll tell you what, his off-speed stuff, he is not a thrower anymore. When he is in a jam, he knows how to come off the gas pedal and go to the changeup, and that has made him a complete pitcher now.
With the 2 great offenses in this series, so many great hitters that we could analyze. We're going to talk about the center fielders. There was a time, for decades, center field was the glamour position in Major League Baseball. It doesn't really seem to be that way anymore, but the 2 guys tonight are awfully good.
Well, they're bringing that position back into prominence because since 1997, when Ken Griffey Jr. was an MVP, there wasn't talk about center fielders in that category. But this year, we have 2 fabulous center fielders who use their speed, their power, their aggressive ability, their ability to run around the bases and score runs, and their ability to ignite their teams. Granderson and Ellsbury are at the top of the class, and they're going to be mentioned in the MVP voting this year.
Ellsbury did some damage against CC Sabathia yesterday in the Red Sox win over the Yankees. Down to the field now, where Buster Olney is with Sabathia.
CC this year against the Red Sox, 0-4, 7.20 ERA. Going forward, what do you take out of those first starts against Boston this year?
Just trying to pitch better. Make sure I get myself in some better counts. And try to get ahead in the count and try to put guys away a little bit better than I have.
Now play scout for us. Freddie Garcia starting for you guys tonight. Tell us about him.
Freddie's been great for us all year. He's going to pitch. He's going to use all his pitches. His split is filthy, and what I like watching about him is that he never gives in. In any count. So, hopefully he can pitch well for us tonight.
CC, thanks. Tim.
David Ortiz, this is your 160th game in the Red Sox-Yankee rivalry. Is it still a special thing for you?
Oh, definitely, man. This is something that, you look around and you see how the fans get here so early just to make sure they get every single little thing that happened in the game. It's just so special.
You've been on some great offensive clubs here in Boston. How good is this team offensively?
Well, this is something very special, especially, we having all these lefties in the lineup. The lead is loaded. We left on the pitcher, and us being able to come out and being on top of pretty much every single category in the league. This is something that I wasn't expecting it, but we're right there.
Thank you, David. Dan, back to you.
All right, Tim, thank you. Also tonight, we'll take a look at the New York Yankee rotation after Sabathia. Do they have enough to compete in the postseason? Baseball tonight, we'll look at some of today's key matchups and also update you on a key game going on tonight concurrently with ours, the Indians and the Rangers. And Steven Strasburg is back. Made his first minor league rehab start tonight, less than a year after Tommy John surgery. So a busy show coming your way tonight. And one of baseball's best, Josh Beckett, fired up, ready to go. Yankees and the Red Sox are next.
It's us again. The Yanks and the Sox. We know you're sick of us. With our long games and short porches, and our lineups loaded with high-priced all-stars, we've only been the best two teams in baseball for the better part of the last decade. And more often than not, when we play, it means something. So you keep watching. We'll keep playing.
And they'll play again here tonight on a muggy evening here at Fenway Park in Boston, wrapping up this 3-game series. They've still got 2 more series left with one another between now and the end of the season. No matter how hot it is, Nick Swisher stays cool. He is ready to go here at Fenway Park. He and Tony Pena having a good time getting ready to go. The slightly more intense combination of Kevin Youkilis and Dustin Pedroia getting ready to take the field for the Boston Red Sox. 10-4 winners yesterday after the Yankees took the opener on Friday night 3-2. Follow Buster Olney and Tim Kirkchin on Twitter to join the talk about all things Sunday Night Baseball. Add hashtag ESPNSNB to your tweets. Let us know what's on your mind. Also, you can like us on Facebook at facebook.com/ESPN Baseball Tonight. Bobby and Oral, please add hashtag ESPNSNB to all of your tweets tonight, if you can. We are ready for baseball as the Red Sox take the field. Joe Girardi of the New York Yankees, the manager of the Yankees, putting this lineup together tonight, presented by Taco Bell. Leading off, a guy who's on a tear, stealing bases right now, Brett Gardner. Batting second, the shortstop, Derek Jeter. Curtis Granderson having a magnificent season in center field, hitting third. The cleanup hitter with better than 30 home runs already, Mark Teixeira. Robinson Cano batting fifth at second base. Nick Swisher in right field. He'll bat sixth. DHing tonight, not Jorge Posada, Eric Chavez. More on that later on. Russell Martin catching into batting eighth, and Eduardo Nunez at third base batting ninth. Alex Rodriguez still on the DL, recovering from knee surgery. On the mound, Mr. Hershiser. For the Boston Red Sox, a guy who has been brilliant. He has had off years, but right now it looks like Josh Beckett is back at the peak of his game.
He is outstanding. He won 20 games back in 2007, third in the Cy Young there, and he's going to be in the race this year. The 9-4 record does not reflect how good he's been, and he has been dominant versus the AL East. That's 6-0, 3. That's the definition of an ace, when you have a 1-6-1 against the key opponents.
Let's check out the defense now for the Boston Red Sox, and they are considered to be a much improved defensive team over a year ago. In the outfield, Carl Crawford in left, a healthy Jacoby Ellsbury in center, Josh Reddick in right field playing well. J.D. Drew's on the DL. Kevin Youkilis at third. Marco Scutaro is the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second, and one of the very best defensively, Adrian Gonzalez, is at first. And catching Josh Beckett will be Jason Varitek. I know, Bobby, he catches your eye for a number of reasons. You wanted to focus on Dustin Pedroia.
Well, he has a lot of energy and he really can hit, but his defense is also spectacular. In defensive metrics this year, he's leading all second basemen in runs saved. He has great range. He loves to leave his feet, and he's just a pleasure to watch.
And what time did he get to the ballpark today?
He was here about 1:15.
for an 8:10 start.
Yep.
Typical Pedroia. A guy that Terry Francona is very fond of. They've got a unique manager-player relationship. Terry Francona, the skipper of the Red Sox for both of their World Series championships in recent years, 04 and 07, and just handles the media and the fishbowl that is Boston Red Sox baseball beautifully. Tim Timmons is our home plate umpire tonight. The crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, is at first. Eric Cooper at second. Mark Carlson at third. We are under the lights here on a warm night and ready for baseball, as one of these two teams will emerge in sole possession of first place in this division at the end of the night.
No, that's up, boy.
And a little bit upstairs, says Tim Timmons. It's ball one to Brett Gardner. 33 stolen bases, including a streak of 19 in a row. Joe Girardi telling us before the game about a little conversation he had with Brett Gardner to try to get him more aggressive on the base paths. He said, hey, Ricky Henderson got thrown out. Vince Coleman got thrown out. He said, I've never yelled at you for getting thrown out. But then what was implied is, but I'm going to start yelling at you if you don't start running a little bit more.
And that's a great message. You have to be an aggressive person on the bases in order to be successful stealing bases.
That's a rarity right there that Josh Beckett and Jason Varitek would not be on the same page, especially the third pitch of the game.
And the lack of offense the Yankees have had against Beckett, you'll see Gardner running at the first chance if he does get on.
Called strike 2.
Yeah, with the dominance that Beckett has had, Gardner needs to get on. Granderson needs to run. They need to use their speed because they surely have not hit this guy at all.
3 starts against the Yankees this year for Josh Beckett, 3 wins, and an ERA under 1 against one of the game's best lineups. Curveball, strike 3 call.
He didn't show everything, the whole arsenal, but the fastball was up the first pitch, and then he got it back in the zone, especially established the inside part of the plate. And then after speeding him up visually, he drops the Uncle Charlie hammer in there, and it looks like it's going to be that high fastball that he started him out with, but drops in the top of the strike zone there.
Against Josh Beckett, not only do you need to be aggressive on the bases, but you need to be aggressive at the plate. Gardner was walking back to the bench without swinging the bat. That's not very aggressive.
Here's Derek Jeter. First pitch swinging, backhanded stop, Youkilis, 2 down.
Center fielder number 14,
We
Curtis
saw Derek Jeter earlier in the season, and he wasn't pulling the ball at all. Since his 3,000th hit, he's pulling it with authority, and there Youkilis protects the line and takes away a double with a great defensive play.
So Jeter retired quickly, 2 down for Beckett here in the top of the first. And here is one of the most dangerous hitters the Yankees have had this year, maybe the most dangerous, in Curtis Granderson. 28 homers and 86 RBIs. Granderson has scored 100 runs already this season, by far the most in the major leagues. He hits doubles, he hits triples, he steals bases.
Be very hard to pick an MVP on the Red Sox with Ellsbury, Gonzalez, Pedroia, but Granderson is far and away probably the MVP of the Yankees.
And there's why.
One of the most improved players in baseball over the last couple of years.
And the improvement has come this year in his ability to hit left-handed pitching. It's made a complete player.
Well, so far tonight, Beckett, as he often does, pitching up with that fastball, but nobody's been able to make real good contact on an up fastball.
Well, that has been his style throughout his career, but he has the extra added weapon of using the off-speed stuff in hitters' counts, what has really finished him off. Right there, a little bit of a cutter that he has added over the years. He has the split finger and the curveball also. But one of the things that you'll watch with Josh Beckett against these better lineups, when he gets to the even counts, 2-2, 1-1, off-speed can come.
Up and in with a fastball, full count. On deck should the inning continue, Mark Teixeira, 32 home runs already this season. Rip foul. Granderson with 28 home runs on the season. The Yankees lead the American League in homers, although they are not as dependent on the home run as they were early in the season, using their speed more now and finding other ways to score runs. Up and away for ball 4. Bobby, you think we'll see? I mean, Granderson's got speed, 21 steals. You think we'll see some action early?
I think with Veritek behind the plate and the necessity to push the envelope against Beckett, they'll be running, but they'll give Teixeira a chance to get ahead in the count so he can use that pesky pole in the short porch in right field to his advantage.
We talk about power speed combos in individual players. Well, the Yankees have it. They lead the league in homers. They also lead the league in stolen bases. Here's Teixeira. And the Red Sox have been a team that other teams, Oral, have run on like mad the last few years. The numbers are a little better for Boston defending the steal this year. They're not great, but they're better than they've been the last couple of years.
Saltalamacchi has gotten better through this year with the work of Gary Tuck as his coach, and Veritek has actually improved a little bit. And the production offensively they've gotten out of their catchers, the combo has been outstanding.
Not going. And it's ball 1 outside. Jason Veritek at 18%. Again, that's not great, but it's better than it's been. Saltalamacchi is up around 28%.
And you really want that up to 30, and exceptional is above 40.
That's a minuscule lead that Granderson's getting over there at first base. And to share up there with a 2-0 count, Bobby, I think probably let him swing at this pitch.
Well, this is what they wanted. Let Beckett worry about him, get behind Teixeira. So now that he has a hitting count, they'll let him swing, try to hit that double. If it gets even to 2-2, they'll be running him.
Leaning but not going. And Beckett misses again to fall behind 3-0.
So they know that we know that they know.
Exactly.
The plan was, hey, make sure you're quick to the plate, throw over, they're going to run on you. Make sure, with that thought in Beckett's mind, he's got behind on a power hitter, their 4th place hitter, is leading the team in home runs, and that's falling right into the Yankees' hands. That's why Granderson was not running early. He was really an offensive threat by staying there.
A little better rhythm on that pitch to get the strike in there for Beckett. When you are rushing because of a runner on first in a runny situation, it throws off the timing between your body and your arm swing. And if the body rushes, it leaves the arms behind. And he was up with all 3 balls.
Granderson trying to time Beckett, and if you just focused on Granderson, as we can do up here, you could see him twitching every now and again, looking like he wanted to run, but Beckett just wouldn't give in and start his move to the plate.
Well, that was a directed hold and see from the dugout, and this will probably be a quick pitch to the plate to catch him before he gets a break on a 3-1 pitch.
Not going, and Teixeira lifts it up in the air into right field. Reddick there, inning over. A walk, but no further damage against Josh Beckett. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off for the Boston Red Sox when we come back for the bottom of the 1st. The bunt. Welcome back to Fenway Park. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, the Yankees and Red Sox. Nothing across for the Yankees in the top of the first. Here come the Red Sox. Their starting lineup tonight is presented, as always, by Taco Bell. How about 3 MVP candidates at the top of your lineup? Ellsbury, Pedroia potentially, if he keeps going like he's going. And, of course, Adrian Gonzalez. Middle third, Kevin Youkilis, David Ortiz, and then Carl Crawford, who had 4 hits yesterday. And the bottom third, Josh Reddick, Jason Veritek, and the shortstop, Marco Scutaro. They will face 35-year-old right-hander, the well-traveled Freddie Garcia.
Well, Freddie Garcia, one of the staff savers, along with Bartolo Colon. He has been outstanding for the Yankees. He's been roughed up by these Red Sox. Strikeout to walk ratio is good. The hits per inning are right at 1. Dan, he's been solid for them. He just needs to perform a little better against these Red Sox. They have hit him around at the tune of about a 10 ERA.
Well, I really think he has to establish a few inside fastballs off these left-handers.
His out pitch has really become the splitter, and you're right, Bobby.
You know, throw the off-speed pitch, the splitter away, and it will go down, and they'll start leaning after a while and be able to hook it if he doesn't do this.
Breaking ball in for a strike. The count 1-2 on Jacoby Ellsbury, who had that huge game yesterday, driving in 6 runs. And day by day seems to be getting more discussion as a legitimate MVP candidate. Hitting over 300, stealing bases, hitting for power, driving in runs. He's got 72 RBIs.
It's a long way from a guy who wasn't sure he could even hit at the top of the order coming out of spring training. Very good spring training, was outstanding and hot, so he got that job. And they had Carl Crawford hitting third because he was so hot. They thought Crawford needed to stay at the top of the order because of his contract. But a switch in roles between those two, really. Jacoby taking over at the top of the order, and Carl not producing at a consistent level, needed to stay down in the order, even though he's doing a little better now.
Hits in his last 6 at-bats coming into this game tonight. So for Terry Francona, such depth and talent in this lineup. So many different ways this team can score runs. And one thing that Francona said about Ellsbury, it's not like he's cheating and just trying to hit home runs. He's not sacrificing anything else because of the added power. He's still using the whole field. He's still getting on board with the base hits. He's still playing a complete game. Giving Freddie Garcia a battle here to begin the bottom of the first. Almost as many home runs this year as he had in his entire career coming into this season. Of course, last year basically a lost season for Ellsbury with the rib injury. Tried to come back, couldn't come back, missed pretty much the whole season. Reaching for it, diving stop to Teixeira. Garcia covering in time.
Well, Teixeira has very good range when he dives, and he'll take one step here and he'll lay out, and he almost always catches the ball. He's very firm with his overhand tosses, and he does a very good job of going to his left and his right with basically a jab step, a full step, and a dive. Covers a lot of ground out there.
Got dirty early, huh?
Oh, this humidity too, it'll stick to you. It doesn't come off.
2 great first basemen, 2 great second basemen, Pedroia and Cano, great center fielders as we've talked about. Pedroia started the season slowly, didn't hit much the first month or so, but Terry Francona had always said, hey, if he's my biggest worry, I don't have any worries. And Pedroia took off. June 9th was the date he got his knee looked at. It had been bothering him, a little bit sore. Got it checked out, and they said you can't do anything more to it, no further damage. If you can tolerate the pain, you're fine. And he took off the next day. American League Player of the Month in the month of July, and he's up over 300. Jeter ranging to his left from behind the bag, gets him. as Pedroia slides across the base, but just out at first base.
Looked like he overdove the bag there, Earl. He had a good stride going. He was leading as Derek leans over, catches his with one hand, does not do a 360, throws off his right foot. And Dustin overdove the bag. I think he could have just stepped on the base and been safe.
Yeah.
Instead, he tags the base with his belt buckle.
They've always said that if that was the fastest way to get somewhere, sprinters would dive across the finish line. They'd start putting long jump pits on the end of sprinting.
But it looked like his body was across the base in time. He hadn't touched it until his belly came down and touched the base.
So 2 down for Adrian Gonzalez. As you saw, the major league leader in both batting average and RBIs. The Yankees playing him to pull, not a full shift, but definitely playing him to pull on the infield. The outfielders basically straight away.
And Dan, as we saw from that shift, not only as deep as you'll ever see an infield play because of the lack of speed that Gonzalez has. He'd be a totally complete player if he had any foot speed at all. He's one of the slowest in the league, so they play in the outfield.
He gets jammed. Pops it up for Nunez, and the inning is over as the Red Sox go in order. No score at the end of one. Robinson Cano coming up for the Yankees when we come back. Here on Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, with Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Tim Kirchin, and Buster Olney, maybe down there in the good seats. They're down closer to the field than we are.
No.
Carl Ravitch, of course, with Baseball Tonight. John Kruk, Barry Larkin. Kurt Schilling is here as well and will join us in the top of the third inning up here in the broadcast booth. Robinson Cano leading off the second. And Kevin Youkilis might have a play here. If you're at a game at Fenway, you can close your eyes and you can know if the play has been successful for Kevin Youkilis. One down quickly, a dangerous hitter in Cano retired. Now Nick Swisher. as you get a bird's eye view here from ancient and historic Fenway Park, where they've added a few thousand seats over the years, but it still retains the intimacy that it's always had. A hot hitter, this Swisher. Hitting over .330 his last 46 games. One of the reasons why the Yankees have continued to score runs and have continued to play well, even in the absence of Alex Rodriguez, who has been on the DL for a few weeks and is out a couple more, it appears. With these two teams, Bobby, they can lose a key hitter, but they've still got so many good ones. Sometimes they don't skip a beat.
Well, everyone talks about the year of the pitcher, and these two teams have about 3 starting pitchers between them, yet they're tied for first place and 2 of the best teams in baseball because of their offense.
Swing and a miss. Swisher gone 2 down.
Well, that curveball looked like the curveball of old, and this is a Josh Beckett that is in his prime. Check out the depth, the height that it starts, and then the depth, and then it goes under the bat because of the sharp break. Swisher swinging up right on the plane of the ball, but it breaks just enough at the end to go under it. Swisher, like, I saw it. I thought it was all over it. He timed it up right.
Here's Eric Chavez. He is DHing for the Yankees tonight. This is the spot normally occupied by Jorge Posada. There's a 2-seamer from Beckett that he brings back over the inside corner for a strike. Chavez has been hot. He's having a good season. And a fairly big story in New York, at least by the time it hits the tabloids tomorrow, perhaps, that Posada is not starting against a righty. He normally DHs against righties, doesn't play much against lefties, hasn't hit lefties at all this year, but Posada still an iconic figure for the Yankees over the last 15 years or so, but now a platoon DH and not even starting against a righty tonight.
And a game that Joe Girardi says is the game he really has to win. He's trying to win it without Posada in the lineup.
Foul ball, 1-2. The Yankees are not getting a lot of offense out of their designated hitters this year. Posada getting a lot of those at bats, and they are down near the bottom statistically in all categories among DHs, as you can see. Chavez takes the curveball low 2-2. Buster Olney with us. Buster, what's next for the Yankees in the DH slot?
Well, they're going to play Chavez tonight, but look for the Yankees to call up young prospect Jesus Montero is their best position player down in the minor leagues. He's got power. He's going to get a shot to be a DH for a while. They'll take a look at that. It really is an open question at this point whether or not Jorge Posada is going to be a regular again for the Yankees.
2-2. Breaking ball high. It's tricky business, Bobby, at the end of a proud veteran's career, isn't it, sometimes?
Well, it's more than tricky. It's rather uncomfortable, not only for the veteran, but for the manager, the coaching staff, and the surrounding players. Everyone wonders why on national TV Joe has decided to put Nunez at third and play Chavez at DH, where Chavez could be the third baseman tonight.
Another strikeout for Beckett. Off to a good start tonight. No score going to the bottom of the second. At Fenway Park, the Yankees and the Red Sox wrapping up this 3-game series. Each team having won once so far, and they're in a dead heat atop the American League East. Breaking ball for a strike from Freddie Garcia to Red Sox third baseman Kevin Youkilis. Overshadowed a little bit this year by some of his teammates, the likes of Gonzalez, Ellsbury, etc. But quietly, if you can do anything quietly in Boston, 5th in the league in RBIs with 76, so on pace to drive in about 110. Now, does have a lot of opportunities, a lot of guys on in front of him, but making the most of it.
And moved over to third base from first base, where he had played since he was a Red Sox. Gonzalez took over at first, and Youkilis has been at third, doing a great job.
That's up, says Tim Timmons. Breaking ball a little bit high from Garcia. 3-1, and Freddie's never been one to disguise body language out on the mound, Oral.
Very animated.
Showed some obvious displeasure with that last call. Outside, he didn't like that one either.
He's had 3, the last 3, low and away fastball, high breaking ball, fastball away, and all have been borderline pitches. None went 36's way out there on the mound. And he needs the edges of the strike zone. He is one of the slowest average velocity pitchers in baseball, and K-Zone has it outside. Hides the ball very well. The arm swing, which is very unorthodox with the glove that high. Has very good control, likes to pitch near the edges, but as I said, one of the slowest average pitchers. His average pitch speed is 81 miles an hour. That's because his fastball tops out at about 89, averages about 87. So he needs to be very accurate and get those borderline pitches.
There's a strike to David Ortiz. Big Papi also having a very strong year offensively, but again overshadowed a little bit at times because of some of the other guys we talked about earlier. But boy, no soft landings in this Red Sox lineup if you're the opposing pitcher. Now Ortiz is unhappy.
Live K-Zone up there. It's been a little.
Off the end of the bat, out of play.
You know, Dan, it's news when Freddie Garcia walks a leadoff hitter. That's the first time for 7 starts he has not walked a leadoff hitter in an inning. That was 46 batters the first inning he did do it, so it was 47 leadoff hitters. And when you have that kind of borderline stuff as you get a little older, your velocity's down, you know as a veteran, I can't give free passes, especially to lead off an inning. He's done that very well for his last 7 starts.
And the Yankees have gotten a lot out of Freddie Garcia, and he did win 12 games last year with the White Sox. It's not like they got him off the scrap heap or anything like that, but 35 years of age, 10-7, a good ERA of 3.22. Doesn't throw nearly as hard, as Oral mentioned, as he used to. But it seems like from March on, Bobby, people have been saying, who do they have after Sabathia? Is Burnett going to fulfill his potential? Can Garcia and Colon hold up? What about Hughes's velocity? How good is Nova? And the same questions are still being asked, except maybe the biggest difference is Nova's pitching great. They just got to find a spot for him in the starting rotation.
Phil Hughes is in the bullpen tonight.
And the reason for that he's in the bullpen, even though he's scheduled to start on Tuesday, is because of the depth and length of the Red Sox team. The possibility of burning your bullpen in a series. So Phil Hughes has had his spikes on the last few nights for Joe Girardi to fill in down there. Is excited about pitching out of the bullpen. But the Yankees have had good news on him over the last few outings that he's had. His fastball velocity's up, and the vibe around Yankeedom is good about Phil Hughes right now.
So if they need Hughes tonight, then Nova steps into his spot Tuesday to start. If they don't need Hughes tonight, then Hughes will start Tuesday. Nova could start Thursday, but right now the Yankees effectively going with a 6-man rotation. And still the big question is, as this team rolls on, apparently towards the playoffs, Bobby, is who's number 2?
Well, they have to decide that, and they have to decide it sooner rather than later. Yet Joe Girardi has been very good at mixing and matching. There's the 5 that they have, not counting CeCe. And CeCe has had a great season this year, except against the Red Sox.
Yeah, Sabathia 16-2 against everybody else, 0-4 against the Red Sox. So Yankee fans concerned about that, probably concerned about Freddie Garcia's numbers against the Red Sox. All right, Bobby, who would you pick? Who's your number 2?
The way this season has progressed, I think I would do as Joe Girardi will do and play this entire season out and go with your hot hands toward the last 3 weeks of the season. There's no need to determine it now if you haven't determined it by now.
Sharply hit it to right field, a base hit for Ortiz. Youkilis will stop at second.
Normally with a shift on, that would be right at the second baseman. But because of the leadoff walk, you have Cano playing further towards second base, and this ball finds a hole. David's been on the entire year. He's been getting firmer. He's been slimmer on in the midsection, and he's been able to rotate his hips a lot better to get his hands cleared on the inside pitch, as he did on that swing.
So now all kinds of options for the Red Sox. First and second, nobody out. Carl Crawford is the batter. He'll take outside, ball 1. Crawford had 4 hits yesterday, and going back to Friday has hits in 6 consecutive at bats. That brings him up and over 250. It has been a struggle for Crawford in his first year in Boston. Some injuries, not hitting well early, now settling into the lower part of the lineup.
And this is Crawford, who got base hits to left field yesterday, hit the left-hander CeCe at will to left field, and Nunez, who's not used to playing third base, is playing about 4 steps in on the grass, which leaves a lot of room on the left side of the infield if Carl can just wait and hit it that way.
Chops it off the plate. Tough play. Safe at first.
Oh, a little PFP there, right? You got to get off the mound, you got to go hard, and you can't get it, continue to the base. Why don't you take this replay and tell him what Freddie did not do?
He probably didn't break on time, and then the height of the ball, let's see if he reacts. Yes, he breaks on time, but right here, you have to chase the ball. Don't go on the angle that's the routine little league or high school or college play where you run to the 45-foot line and then go up the line. You are not going to beat Carl Crawford to first base if you take that route. You have to go directly to the ball and then directly to the bag. And because of that, Freddie doesn't get to the bag in time because he took an angle and Carl ran fast and straight.
So Freddie Garcia with a chopper for a base hit that's cost him. Some calls that didn't go his way, and the Red Sox have the bases loaded with nobody out. For a guy who's done a terrific job for them this year, right fielder Josh Reddick. Reddick filled in for Crawford in left when he was on the DL. Now filling in for Drew in right with him on the DL. And the way Reddick is hitting, tough to imagine him coming out of the lineup, even when Drew comes back.
Terry Francona extremely pleased with his production.
Russell Martin with the block.
And we talked to Joe Girardi before the game, and his biggest compliment about Freddie Garcia this year was with runners in scoring position as a veteran, he doesn't panic. And this, if any place in Fenway Park with the Red Sox and bases loaded, no out in a key game, is a place where a veteran will not panic, and he will show your colors. Let's see how he does.
Well, the numbers back up what you're saying, Oral, that Freddie Garcia has been at his best when he has needed to be at his best. A 191 opponent's batting average with runners in scoring position.
Well, the inning is built by a walk, which is a rarity to a leadoff hitter, a ground ball that barely gets through because Ortiz beats the shift on a hard ground ball, and a chopper. So he's throwing the ball fine, and he's actually doing it with a tight strike zone.
As a hitter, I would think, Bobby, you just keep waiting for that fastball, and you just don't know if you're ever going to get it from Freddie Garcia.
Exactly. You want to time your swing off of that fastball and adjust down to the pitches below it. Freddie keeps throwing the pitch below it, and the hitters continue to be out in front. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws one up out of the strike zone here just so he sees the fastball. Wrong.
Well, the predominant number of off-speed pitches, but Bobby, I think you're on the right path as far as getting him to change his results against the Red Sox. I think he does need to throw that fastball in more. I think he needs to show the fastball in off-speed counts, completely opposite of another pitcher, because Freddie does throw so many splits and curveballs to try and get people out.
Reddick's still waiting for one.
He's really been out in front of every pitch so far, but he has his balance during his swing so that he's able to make contact way out in front of the plate and fouling all of these off-speed pitches off.
Well, with Ortiz up there, he had him at 1 and 2, 3 foul balls before the single. Here again, same thing.
Finally gets him for out number 1.
Well, he couldn't put Ortiz away in a 1-2 count. The foul ball's in the ground ball base hit that sets the inning up. But here, with Reddick up, same thing. 0-0, he builds the count with the off-speed stuff. A curveball, a split finger, another off-speed pitch, and he's blowing away the whole way, making quality pitches, looking for something to finally put him away. 3 foul balls, and then a hammer that gets him out front and under. Like Beckett, his counterpart, got Swisher.
So finally, the first out of the inning for Garcia. The bases remain loaded. Garcia's thrown 22 pitches already this inning. As Jason Varitek steps in.
We totally have to give up the inside of the plate after watching these first 2 innings. Just look for the ball out over the plate, look for something off speed, try to take it in the left center field or up the middle. If it's up, you could pull it into the right center field gap or down the line, but something low, you have to drive the other way.
Pops him up. Draws a crowd and caught by Gardner, the left fielder. Jeter, excuse me, has it. Jeter has it as Gardner came up from behind him, and right to the last second, that one was in doubt.
It called infield fly when all 3 were finally under it, and they felt that it was routine. Mark Carlson, the third base umpire, raised his arm in the air and called for the infield fly rule late. He's waiting, he's waiting, he's waiting, and now he calls it right there. Infield fly rule, batter is out, runners advance at your own risk.
If dropped.
Nothing but routine there, though. That part.
Would that qualify as an infield fly in your guys' minds?
No.
Not in Jeter's either, I don't think.
Yeah, with that exhale.
Yeah. Here's Scudero. Gardner was even looking into his glove after the play. He thought he had it. Tricked me.
And Youkilis. I think Youkilis might have even bluffed more if he thought Jeter had this ball. He thinks Gardner has it right now, and he's coming up throwing, and that's why Kevin stayed at third base.
Meanwhile, after the bases were loaded with nobody out, now Garcia's gotten 2 huge outs.
Russell Martin in this inning has done exactly what a veteran catcher has to do with a veteran pitcher who likes the split finger, does not want to give in to the pitcher. He's had 2 balls in the dirt. Neither of them have bounced away from him with the man on third, and that just builds the confidence of the pitcher that I can throw it again and keep it down there the entire count. Good job by Russell Martin.
Garcia is comfortable with the catcher right now, but with the strike zone, he is not.
3-0, and nowhere to put him. And trouble looming on deck.
He took advantage of the aggressiveness of the young hitter Reddick, and then he gave in a little to Varitek, who went with the ball well but just missed it, popping it up to left field. Scudero's come up and showed great patience, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's taking another pitch here.
Base hit through the right side. Youkilis will score. Ortiz will be held at third, and the Red Sox have a 1-0 lead.
Unless he gets a fastball.
Right down the middle. But you know, Freddie Garcia pitched very well in this inning. It got built by some luck. He pitched well enough to possibly get out of it. Other than that base hit right there, a little visit just to give him a rest. But he has thrown the ball well. Fastball right down the middle, and this is why Garcia throws so many off-speed pitches in hitters' counts, because he knows they have a chance to get hit really hard. But he was backed into a fastball count because of the bases being loaded. A hitter's count, did not want to just give it back to them with a walk, so came back and went fastball, strength against strength, and got burned.
Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, out to the mound to talk it over with Garcia, who has now thrown 29, make it 30 pitches in this inning, again on a muggy night, and he's not out of trouble yet.
And we saw him shake his head to Larry Rothschild twice there, saying, all right, all right. It seemed like Larry had to try to get him to concentrate on the moment. There must have been some things with the umpires or the plays that Earl was talking about that Larry felt were distracting Freddie, and he wanted him to get right back into this count and this at-bat.
Taking the advantage of the aggressiveness of a younger hitter with the men on base. Starts him off speed. It's 0-1. At one point in his younger years, Garcia, a hard thrower, big winner with Seattle. He's also pitched in the majors with the White Sox, Phillies, Tigers.
He has not given up a home run in the last 61 1/3 innings. The last home run he gave up off the hitter at the plate right now, Ellsbury.
And has never allowed a grand slam. So you want to be a catcher, huh? It's tough work back there.
Exactly. When you say that pitcher has thrown 33 pitches, that also means the catcher has had a chance to catch 33 pitches, and he's blocked 4 of them this inning. Great job by Russell Martin.
Yeah, the off-speed stuff is going to come, Dan, and I'll tell you what, you're going to have to block it tonight because he doesn't always like to throw it for a strike. He likes to make it look like a fastball and bounce it.
Got that ball up. Might have gotten a little bit lucky on that fly ball to left field. The Red Sox get one, lead 1-0 at the end of 2. Baseball tonight with an update, and Kurt Schilling will join us in the top half of the 3rd.
outing, and then go from there. But as far as pitching in the major leagues this year, I don't think I would risk it right now.
Just make sure he's healthy. We'll be back in the 6th inning, guys, with more of the updates. Indians and Rangers in the game right now, 1-0. The score there, Cleveland.
Carl, guys, thanks very much. Welcome back to the top of the 3rd. Red Sox up on the Yankees 1-0. Josh Beckett facing Russell Martin to begin the inning. Dan Schulman, Orel Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, and joined by Curt Schilling, who is back here at Fenway Park, joining us here in the top of the 3rd inning. Curt, do the memories come flooding back as soon as you walk into the ballpark?
Oh, they never leave. Yeah. They never left. This is just a magical place to be to watch a baseball game.
Have you ever been up this high to watch a game at this park before?
No, I've given up some balls that have gone this high, but I've never sat up here.
It's a little different up here. I mean, I don't know what the monster looks like from down there, but it's pretty imposing looking at it from up here.
Well, I was under the impression as a player that when you got up to this level, you became much smarter than the players on the field. And I'm just finding that not to be true.
Orel, is that true?
I don't think so. You try and remember and respect what we did down there and how tough it was.
Of course, Curt Schilling with the Red Sox, the most memorable game back in 2004 as Martin lines one into left center field, cut off by Crawford, and Martin will be held to a single. You can't think about Curt Schilling and you can't think about the Boston Red Sox without going back to Game 6 of the American League Championship Series in 2004. This game was at Old Yankee Stadium. And 7 innings, I believe. Does that sound right?
7, yep.
7 innings, of course, on the bad ankle. And the Red Sox would go on to win Game 7 and win the whole thing. Does it seem like yesterday, or does it seem like 1,000 years ago?
Both, depending on who I'm talking to.
It was quite a series, obviously a series that baseball fans in general, but especially here in Boston, will never forget. Eduardo Nunez stepping in for the Yankees. I would imagine out on the set of baseball tonight, or just being out on the streets around Fenway as you were earlier today, I would imagine people come up to you and probably still say the darndest things to you.
Well, you know what? The fans have always been great.
Yeah.
They've been very respectful of my family and I being out in public. But and listen, you never get tired of people thanking you, congratulating you. I was blessed to play this game for a long time and experience a lot of great things.
Nunez sends one down the right field line. That pesky pole's not that far away, as Curt can tell you. Just 302, but that one a little bit short and a little bit foul.
Schill, I never thought you had anybody that you respected as far as the hitters. You always thought you were going to get everybody out. But what are the nuances of this ballpark you pitched here so often, was so successful?
I tried to pitch to center, right center. I was a fly ball pitcher, and I tried to play to the right, the big side of the outfield with Johnny and Trott and right. You know, having Manny in left. Manny played the wall very well in left, but the wall could do some goofy stuff. And you could make. I didn't like to make great pitches and get my result and give up a double. And left field could do that to you in this ballpark. There's a lot of track out in right center.
Yeah, 420 in the deepest part of the park out in right center. Broken to back, ground ball to first, short hop by Gonzalez for one, throw to second, but not in time. Martin beats it. Boy, he's fun to watch around the bag at first base, isn't he, Bobby?
I mean, Dan, he catches this ball, knows exactly where first base is. He backs up, touches the base with his left foot, and throws in one motion. He knows right where the base is. He touches that base and throws, makes it. Marco just gets the tag down late, worried about a hard sliding Russell Martin.
I still believe it's one of the most underrated and underappreciated defensive positions. Rico Bronya,
yes.
JT Snow, Adrian Gonzalez, they're like shortstops at first base, and they can save you a ton of runs.
Keith Hernandez, John Olerud. Yep.
And you see there as Russell comes off the bag, if Scudero kept the tag on the runner, he would have been out, but he was playing Olay with the umpire.
Ooh, Josh looks good.
Here it comes with the slide. He makes a tag. It's late, so he's safe. Now he's showing the umpire he has the ball. No need to do that. Stay with the tag. And as he comes off the bag, we would have an error. Nice camera work, guys.
Great job. Martin winds up safe at second with a 1 out. Back to the top of the order for Brett Gardner. Kurt, when you watch Josh Beckett out there, what do you like about him?
Tonight, I thought the first strikeout, the called strike with the curveball, was a huge pitch. Anytime you can throw a curveball, if you're a command fastball pitcher, you throw a curveball in the first inning for the strike, you feel like you got that pitch to go to. And I think the last 2 innings, he's just kind of feeling his way to both corners, to the edges of both corners, and he's commanding the ball really well. I think he's feeling really good tonight.
Looking for his 10th win of the season, second in the American League in ERA. If you had a young pitcher that you could talk to, a Steven Strasburg type, we just heard him coming back, what advice would you give him?
Command your fastball. Before anything else, command your fastball. Work on command of the corners of the plate. Being able to throw a fastball in a fastball count is the key to success at any level in the big leagues. I need to be able to throw a fastball when the hitter's expecting it in a count that I'm supposed to throw a fastball in and get a positive result.
Easier said than done.
Yes, it is.
When was that moment? Who imparted that truth to you?
Johnny Padres was the first guy to make me actually realize it. And it comes from experience. You can go out, and there are times in the big leagues, I can remember them like it was yesterday, when I was afraid of contact. You would be pitching out of the strike zone because you were fearful of contact. And that's a very tough way to get through line, especially these two lineups.
Gardner lifts a fly ball into left center field. And Crawford there for the catch. 2 down. Martin back to second. You know, we talk about the Red Sox. You go back a few years, you've got a World Series championship with the Diamondbacks, of course. But maybe some younger fans don't realize that you go back further, and you played on a great team, and one of your teammates was out there on the set with you, John Kruk. You were part of the '93 Phillies team that made the World Series, lost to Toronto in 6. What are your memories of that team?
Well, unfortunately, the lasting memory of that season is Joe Carter acting like he was 12 years old, running around the bases after he hit that was my first memorable baseball moment, but that was a tremendous team. That was a tremendous year. I think we re-energized the city as far as interest in Phillies baseball was concerned, and it was just a group of characters.
Well, if I'm remembering correctly, you won Game 5 just to get the series back to Toronto. Through a shutout, I think, right?
Yeah,
Game 5.
Yes, I did.
Just to get it back to Toronto for Game 6. So it's not like he just picked up this clutch postseason pitching thing with Boston or with Arizona.
Well, the scary part about that was the day following a 15-14 game that we changed 5-run leads, I think, 3 or 4 times.
One of the great games in playoff history.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't end well.
Derek Jeter, the batter. Red Sox leading the Yankees 1-0. Second by Pedroia to end the inning. We'll be back with more with Curt Schilling when we come back for the bottom of the third. We'll have a chance to look at Dustin Pedroia, Adrian Gonzalez, and Kevin Youkilis in the bottom of the third. 900,000 products for the ones who get it done. Back here at Fenway Park in Boston, Sunday Night Baseball. The Yankees and the Red Sox, with the Red Sox leading 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. This Tuesday, E60 continues its new season with a year of the quarterback special. First, see how Tampa Bay QB Josh Freeman took a childhood plan and followed it all the way to the NFL. Also an exclusive on Aaron Rodgers and the after effects of superstardom. Speaking of football, there's a new Patriot. Chad Ochocinco. You're going to be a Patriot. You better root for the Sox. Outside, a ball and a strike to Pedroia. Dan Shulman to Bobby Valentine. Oral Hershiser joined again this half inning by former Red Sox star Curt Schilling, who is in the booth with us here at Fenway Park. We talked a lot at our meeting this morning, Curt, about Dustin Pedroia. He's just a unique package, a unique set of skills. What's your take on him?
Well, he's a giant take that to every scout that passed on a player under 6 feet tall. I mean, he's got the one thing, and has always had the one thing you can't scout with. He was born to play baseball. That's what he does. Him and Kevin Youkilis are, to me, birds of a feather. You don't look at any one tool and go, wow, he does this great, but they play the game better than everybody else.
Yeah, Pedroia came up with a rep of being too small, wasn't that fast, didn't have the arm, and all he does is hit doubles and hit home runs and hit 300 and win an MVP. Draws his 70th walk of the season. World Series, Rookie of the Year, MVP, and a Gold Glove, all in his first 4 years. Not bad for 5'7", and that might be a little bit generous.
Very generous.
Big heart. A lot of fight in him. As Bobby said, he's the first guy at the ballpark, not the first player. He's the first guy at the ballpark almost every day. Here just after 1 o'clock for an 8 o'clock game.
Bobby, you were scouting him and said he beat the ushers here.
Yeah, he beats the usher. He beats the cleanup crew from the night before. He just loves to be at the ballpark, loves the game of baseball. And from ASU, you know, he holds almost all the offensive records at ASU, where guys like Barry Bonds went to school, where Sal Bando, Rick Monday, amongst others.
Adrian Gonzalez, the batter. And then you go from the kind of dirt dog scrapper that Dustin Pedroia is. Now you have Adrian Gonzalez, who just appear, and I know it's not this way, Curt, but he's so fluid and just so graceful out there in everything that he does.
Kind of an education in how to win an MVP in two very different ways. This guy's a power, average, run-producing guy, and Petey's a guy that wins games.
With the lead runner, but that's all. Fielder's choice for Gonzalez.
You know, speaking of MVPs, Curt, you know, you're the MVP of the World Series with Randy Johnson. If you looked up on your Wikipedia page, there'd have to be something about great big game pitcher. Explain to the audience the difference between, you know, the big games and the playoffs and the regular season for you, because you always rose to the occasion.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable in the booth with you being the guy talking about that. I mean, as a guy who's got a pretty good record yourself in October, but the bottom line is in October, you have to be perfect. And guys that can't accept that don't perform in October. A quality start in October is a loss. And October, I always felt was about going 8 or 9 innings and giving up 1 run or none, or losing. And I loved that pressure, that expectation, because I knew a lot of other guys didn't, and I knew a lot of those other guys I was going to be facing that night. So I always believed that when I had the ball in my hand in October, there was nobody on the planet that could beat me.
Well, you personified it. It was a joy to watch.
Likewise.
Sharply hit to Jeter to second, one on to first, not in time, but a good play by Jeter to get the one out at second.
That's a great play by Jeter and a great turn by Cano at second base. Luckily, Gonzalez is the slowest man on the ball field, and when Jeter fields his ball in left field and throws it to Cano from short left field, Robinson has enough of time to still make a pivot and get over the sliding Gonzalez with a bang-bang play at first. Teixeira picking the ball as well as anybody at first just makes it look easy.
So 2 down for David Ortiz. Shift on, 3 Yankees on the right side. What's your best story about David Ortiz you can tell on the air?
You know what? Getting to watch what he did in October of 2004 was one of the memories I'll carry for the rest of my life. It's amazing to get a walk-off hit, but to be in a position to get one or more walk-off hits in October is amazing. Every single night he came up in an at-bat in a situation to win a ball game, and he did it. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Not to mention, he's probably one of the classiest, kindest, gentlest human beings you ever want to meet. A tremendous clubhouse presence, and that's something you were mentioning earlier, Bobby, about Petey being here early. I'd love to hear managers talk about. Fans don't get to see what an effect a guy like that has on the rest. This guy's an MVP. He doesn't have to be here early, yet he's here before everybody else. And you tend to find that the great players do more than everybody else as well.
You're exactly right. And he has a young child at home. He thinks about him all day long. He wants to be with him, like every other father does. But he understands that the commitment to his other passion, that of baseball, needs to be the priority during the summertime. And he's here to show everyone he believes in that.
Bobby, we've got 2 outs in the inning. So before Kurt leaves us, Kurt and Orel were talking about each other in their postseasons. Orel Hershiser 8-3, 259 in his postseason career. Kurt Schilling 11-2, 223. You're sitting between 2 of the great postseason pitchers in baseball history.
And luckily I had one of them on my side at one time and the other one never on my side. And I always tried to manage away from him coming to the mound. Believe me.
Broken bat roller, backhanded by Cano to end the inning. Kurt, thanks very much. Keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Glad to have you up here in the booth.
Thanks, Joe. Good to see you.
Good to be on your team.
Joining us here at Fenway. 1-0 Red Sox at the end of 3. Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Welcome back to Fenway Park. The Yankees and the Red Sox as we go to the top of the 4th inning. The Red Sox leading 1-0 on an RBI single by Marco Scutaro in the bottom of the 2nd. Josh Beckett on the mound for Boston tonight. Curtis Granderson will lead it off for the New York Yankees. And a belt high strike. taken by Granderson. You could see when Curt Schilling came to the booth, I mean, just being back in Fenway, how special that was to him, and reminiscing a little bit about 2004, 2007. Or what were your thoughts as you watched Schilling develop from the raw, hard-throwing young pitcher into one of the game's great clutch performers?
That's exactly what he was when he was with Philadelphia, and it was just overthrowing and grunting, and kind of like the guy we're watching on the mound right now, Josh Beckett, where they could just overpower people. They really didn't need to pitch, but to have a long, successful career and go through all the different gears that you have to go through as a big leaguer with a long career, he learned to pitch, and he learned the split finger. He learned control the fastball. He learned how to control the moment to know how to get people out in the big situations, and that's why he became such a great pitcher. And like the guy right now we're looking at, he has gone through the same maturation process.
You guys went about it in very different ways, but your numbers are actually quite similar, regular season and postseason.
Yeah, I was not a strikeout pitcher like Curt, and I tell you what, he could get a strikeout when he needed it. He also pitched very, very well and struck a lot of people out even when he didn't need to strike them out. And he liked the strikeout. I was more of a strike somebody out maybe when I need it, but he liked embarrassing hitters and having them respect him completely.
That'll go foul. Wins, losses, ERA fairly similar between the two of you. Both of you over 200 wins with very good winning percentages. And of course, most notably, a tremendous amount of success in October, Bobby, when it counts the most.
Well, they are pitchers who pitched with their mind, with their heart, and with their arm. And those are the type of pitchers you wanted to compete against on a Sunday afternoon after the season and after the playoffs. But during the season, they would usually beat you.
Down and in for ball 4.
Well,
Second time tonight. I'm sorry, Or Granderson.
Both these pitchers causing news on leadoff hitters in walks. Josh Beckett had only walked one to lead off an inning over the last 9 starts. They both have dominated leadoff hitters and attacking the strike zone.
So Granderson aboard again. He's a threat to go, something that Beckett and Varitek will have to keep an eye on while not losing sight of the slugger at the plate, Mark Teixeira. And it's down and in, a ball and a strike.
With Granderson on first, Joe Girardi would like to give Teixeira a shot at the hole there with Gonzalez holding the runner on. But Pedroia is really playing over, taking the hole away. Gonzalez plays off the bag. I think you have to send Granderson when you feel it's an off-speed count. He just missed one of those off-speed counts. This could be another. The ball fouled off between the legs. So we'll check that one off. Once again. But that was the off-speed pitch. Now you have a little guessing game. It's a good pitch out count, even with a 4th place hitter up. You see Varitek taking a peek into the dugout, seeing what the dugout's thinking. He knows Granderson can run. Has a 1-run lead. Keep the concentration on the hitter.
I did not like the pitch out in the 1-2 count to the key hitters in the game, Bobby. I liked a quick step from me on the mound and throwing just a nice solid fastball away to keep me in my release point, to keep my pitching delivery together. But to throw the high and away hard one as a pitch out and to kind of come out of your delivery to throw it up there and then have to come back and execute an out pitch, I always thought it was a little odd to throw that rhythm. But if you got to have a pitcher that can do that for you.
But you played for me. You know I didn't like the pitch out.
No, I know you didn't at all. pitch out seems like such a defensive move by the defense, like we're scared of something, compared to we can control things without using the pitch out.
And with a pitch out, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. The runner could not go, and they take it. That's ball 1. The runner can go, and you don't throw him out. That's 2. They're both bad. And then the third thing that could happen is you get the runner going, and you make a good throw.
So you would never pitch out, or you just didn't like to do it very much?
Oh, I would do it to show, to let the opposition know that I had it in my arsenal, and then do it when I had a sign or I had a real good look at a runner knowing he was going. Hardly ever used it as a guess.
Runner goes. Teixeira strikes out, throw down, not in time.
You got 1 good and 1 bad without a pitch out. You got a strikeout, but you got a stolen base. So you got half and half if you're the Red Sox. There's so many things about a pitch out that the pitcher has to do well too. He can't give away the fact that it's pitch out. This is not. This is a cutter inside. Gets Teixeira on a check swing. You see the ball break hard into a left-handed hitter. Veritek, a nice release on that, but Granderson steals that off Beckett, who stayed with his delivery a little long and made sure that he made a good pitch. At least he got an out of it. He just didn't get one there at second.
And here's the kind of swing, check swing on a cutter. He went. It's strike 3. And folks out there probably saw Granderson take his lead, take his jump, and then peek in to see if that ball is being hit at his forehead or not. It was not hit. He put his head back down and stole the base. I think you always look in toward the catcher when you're stealing a base or when it's a hit and run, just to make sure you know where the ball is off the bat.
So runner at second, 1 out, 1-0 Red Sox. Here's Robinson Cano.
As Granderson goes, he'll take those steps, get his head down, and then peek in at the time the ball is in the hitting zone. Gets his head back, concentrating on the base, and makes a slide where he's safe. Very well executed, where he starts with the head down so he can accelerate as quickly as possible, peeks in as the ball is in the hitting zone, and then picks up second base so he knows when and where to slide.
Beckett summoning Veritek out to the mound, and maybe with a runner at second base, going to change up some signs. Coverage of Major League Baseball continues on ESPN tomorrow and Wednesday night. First tomorrow night, Monday Night Baseball. The Red Sox are in Minneapolis to take on the Twins at 7 Eastern. The game is available on ESPN in the Boston area. Then it's Wednesday Night Baseball at 7 Eastern. The Angels and the Yankees. Both games also available online at ESPN3.com. Finally, time called. Cat and mouse, Bobby.
Yeah, it was Granderson taking a very big lead at second because Kevin Youkilis was very deep at third. As he took a secondary lead and Beckett saw him, he stepped off the mound, and then Kevin moved in a little so that the base wasn't easily taken.
Pitch high, a ball and a strike.
And the third baseman is off of the base. As far as Youkilis is at this time, you have to hold your position as that pitch is being thrown. If the runner is running, it's a foot race to the base, and the catcher is basically hitting the third baseman on the run.
High again. And Beckett, who was very sharp in the first 3 innings, very good command, not displaying the same kind of command, Oral, here in the 4th inning.
Well, it's a combination of Nick Swisher being on deck, Robinson Cano being one of the best hitters in the league and one of the Yankee RBI guys, where Granderson on second, first base open. Do I want to really give in to this guy or set up a double play and go after Swisher and Chavez?
Three and one.
I think this time of the game, knowing the offense that your team possesses and offense that the Yankees possess, you have to get as many outs as possible. And the reason he's in trouble right now is because of the 4 balls that were issued to Granderson. Another 4 balls here would not sit well with the dugout and probably get a conversation from Terry Francona.
And a strike. The count is full. One of the reasons why Josh Beckett has been so successful against the Yankees so far this season, he has dominated the middle part of the lineup. The 3 through 6 hitters this year are 2 for 36 against Josh Beckett. Robinson Cano has both of those hits.
Dan, he struck out Teixeira with a cutter inside. The last pitch was a two-seamer inside. He could come back, cutter inside right here, and jam him. The split has been up. The curveball has not had the same command this inning. The pitch he has the most confidence in is the cutter inside to a lefty. That's what he got Tex with. Fastball away.
On 3-2. Foul ball.
What do the numbers say?
I'm telling you, it's over 70%. It's 73%.
I'm just about.
It happens.
I'm just about ready to buy in on this.
I'm convinced. I'm thoroughly convinced.
Another couple of weeks, I'm in.
When he says something, I take it as fact because he doesn't usually say anything without research and knowing exactly what he's talking about. But that statement 3-4 weeks ago was like, what?
No way.
But now I'm a believer. The Monkeys.
So after that fastball away, he's coming back with that cutter now, Earl.
There it is.
And it's pulled foul.
It's good hitting to get a barrel on that ball because that was a well-executed pitch. The last time he came in there to Robinson Cano was a two-seamer that started at Robinson's hip and then came back to the inside corner to build this count. He goes back inside, but with the cutter, and Robinson still gets the barrel on it.
But he can change your eye level up and down with the four-seamer and the curveball, and he can also change it in and out with the cutter and the two-seamer, right?
Good call, Dan.
And I like a curveball right here to strike him out. He's ahead of the cutter. Bounce a curveball.
That's a fair ball, backhanded by Gonzalez. He'll win the race for the second out. Granderson to third.
Well, he came from a 3-1 count with first base open. Granderson jockeying with him at second base, but he got his concentration back. That two-seamer in brings the count to 3-2. He goes fastball away. He's late at 94. He comes cutter in. Cano fouls it off, and then he comes back two-seamer. Hits the corner on the edge. Cano does a good job getting the barrel on it, getting the hands inside, but he grounds it to a Gold Glove first baseman who gets the second out.
And even though Gonzalez is slow of foot when he's running, he's very, very quick on his first movement as a fielder, and that's why many people think he's giving Teixeira a run for his money for the Gold Glove. Has one in the National League, looking for one here in the American League.
Here's Swisher with two down. Almost looked like Varitek might have gotten crossed up on that pitch the way that he caught it.
It was a two-seam fastball that probably got a little drip of sweat down into his hand and acted like a spitter. That ball just dove.
Yeah, every time your ball moved like that, I know it was always an accident. Just some
little drip of sweat.
A little sweat dripped onto his fingers.
I would take offense if I were you, Earl. I wouldn't take that from him.
My microphone went dead.
It's always good to know how to use an accident in your favor.
Hit hard to deep center field. But to the deepest part of the park where Ellsbury runs it down. 400 plus feet, but just an out, and the Yankees leave a man on at third. 1-0. Here is Buster Olney with Yankee hitting coach Kevin Long.
Kevin Long, what are you seeing so far in the approach of your hitters against Josh Beckett?
Pretty good. He's been stingy against us all year. I mean, he's really come a long way. I mean, he's got now he's got the cutter. That seems to be an efficient pitch for him. The changeup. He's always had the fastball, and the curveball's good. So I think with a break here and there, Jeter's ball was hit good, and we had a man in scoring position there. And then the last ball switched, creamed that one, and unfortunately it didn't drop. But he's been stingy.
I hear a lot from your hitters about how he tries to control the tempo when he's on the mound and the hitters are at the plate. How do you combat that?
Well, that's really slow. I mean, he's taking his time, and there's a lot of time in between pitches. It's a little frustrating as far as that standpoint. But, I mean, unless somebody speeds him up, we just got to hang in there with that. But he's really working slow, and he's diligent in his pace, and something that we're having to combat.
Thanks, Kevin. Dan, back to you.
Buster, thank you. The batter is Carl Crawford. Lead off the bottom of the fourth for the Red Sox. Crawford with an infield hit, his first time up tonight. Now ground ball to second, staggers Cano, but he'll make the play, and that will snap the streak for Crawford, who had hits in each of his last 7 at bats before that one, as Josh Beckett gets a breather from the Red Sox dugout.
He's in there resting, but Kevin Long talking about his pace on the mound, how slow it is, and it frustrates the Yankees hitters. That's something sometimes that hitters try to do to pitchers, but Josh Beckett actually does that in between pitches to get the hitters out of their rhythm.
Now Josh Reddick. Good curveball for a strike from Freddie Garcia.
Seems like the only time Reddick's going to see Freddie throw a fastball is in between innings when he's warming up. Better get used to this off-speed stuff.
Inside again. No fastballs in this at bat so far. The count 2-1.
Contrasting styles here tonight with Freddie Garcia on the mound, predominantly off-speed pitches. Josh Beckett pitching off of his fastball, especially in fastball counts. You see there 2-1, a fastball count. That was a split finger.
And he wanted it.
One of the things that's hardest for a veteran pitcher that relies on off-speed pitches, as we look at Josh Beckett in there with the fastball at the 93, 94 mile-an-hour range. Freddie's tops out at about 89.
Finally gave him a fastball, and it's hit a long way to center field, but caught by Granderson for out number 2.
Well, contrasting styles, fastball and a fastball count right there from Freddie Garcia, but mainly tonight the hitters are seeing in a 3-2 fastball count, a split finger at 81 miles an hour, a 2-1 fastball count, a little cutter, splitter, 82, and then Josh Beckett, you're going to see gas a lot of times in these fastball counts. 3-1, 94, both finding success. 2-1 fastball, and then that little two-seamer and a 3-2 count, 93. Finding success, but 2 different styles in fastball counts.
Just 1 run allowed in the game so far. That's by Garcia to the Red Sox at the bottom of the second. Just 1-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. In a game between the game's 2 best offenses.
And Dan, that run that Josh Beckett has on his side was a 3-2 fastball thrown by Garcia, the only blemish.
Batter Jason Varitek.
Well, you talked about the leadoff walk, and that's really the run that you see up on the board. Freddie hadn't done it coming into this game in the previous 7 starts. He did it this game, and Boston cashed in.
Garcia has not pitched well against Boston this season. Prior to tonight, we talked about CC Sabathia, now 0-4 with an ERA over 7 against the Red Sox this season. Both of these teams seemingly well on their way into the postseason. One is the division winner, one is the wild card. They are tied for the American League East Division lead right now.
And Dan, interestingly enough, the 2 managers have taken different approaches. Joe Girardi mentioned that he wants to win the division, that home field advantage is important to him. And Terry Francona mentioned to us, well, it's important to win the division, but it's more important to set up your pitching at the end of the year. Terry Francona's gone to the World Series both ways, from the wild card and from the division winner. And Joe Girardi did not like being the wild card last year and taking that home field away from his team in Yankee Stadium.
Fouled off. Veritek stays alive.
And if a new collective bargaining agreement puts another wild card team into baseball,
makes that conversation moot, doesn't it?
Changes everything.
That changes everything, because this series and this game would be huge, because you get 5 games to determine the next level compared to a 1-game sudden death if baseball would adopt a second wild card team.
If the rumors are true, if the reports come to fruition next year,
I think it brings a lot of value back to this regular season game.
Well, imagine, let's say you're the Yankees and you get the wild card. You win 105 games, whatever, 100 games, you're the wild card. And the Angels are the second wild card. And you have to go play a 1-game playoff. You have to pitch Sabathia against Jared Weaver to win a 1-game playoff to make it to the next round of the playoffs. So even if you win, you don't have the big guy for game 1 of the next series. You don't think teams will care about winning their division?
Oh, they will.
And how about when you pitch Sabathia in the last game of the season to win the division and you lose?
Right.
And then you're the wild card. Number 2 goes in the wild card. You're starting the playoffs with number 3. That's why the value of the full staff.
Veritek draws the 2-out walk. Right now, the Red Sox and Yankees are tied for the lead, and they've got a comfortable lead over the Angels in the wild card race. The Tigers over the Indians by 3.5. Cleveland is at Texas tonight, by the way, and the Rangers just a half game up on the Angels in the American League West. This is the wild card race. If what might happen next year were to happen this year, all of a sudden, not only are Boston and New York really battling for the division lead, but then the Angels are currently in a playoff position, and teams like the Rays, the Blue Jays, and others, all of a sudden they're in a race, and you've got broader interest, theoretically bigger crowds, more competitiveness. We all understand that for purists this is not what they want.
But broader interest and higher value put back into winning a division and giving credit to the regular season, I think would be a great move.
I agree.
And if you believe what you hear, it's coming, and it's coming next year.
I've got my fingers crossed.
You like the idea of a 1-game playoff between the 2 wildcard teams?
I don't think he could really stretch it out any longer and let teams wait around with weather. That might be a factor. You have to just get it out of the way and make it very exciting.
The thing about baseball compared to other sports, and I think other sports they would talk about the same thing, but there is such a thing as getting into habits and rhythms and rotations and enough innings and enough at bats and exposure to the game to be on top of your game, and to be a favorite and to have earned a chance to go to the next level and have to wait around too long is the wrong thing to give to a champion. Rest is not what they're looking for.
Little looper into center field, a base hit for Scudero. Well, we have piqued the interest of Buster Olney on this topic. Buster, what have you got?
Well, guys, I've talked with some owners, and they don't think there's any way that the format would be less than a best out of 3 in that first round you're talking about, rather than the 1-game winner-take-all, because they say that the teams that make the playoffs are going to want at least 1 home game to make some money.
Interesting, because the road team in the wild card game would not make the playoffs under the current scenario, so it's not like they would be losing anything. They just wouldn't be getting anything, if you know what I mean, except a shot to make the playoffs and win on the road. But you can certainly understand the point that Buster is making. If you play a 2 out of 3, then the 3 division winners sit around for 3, 4, 5 days before they begin their playoffs. Swinging a ground ball to the right side off the bat of Ellsbury, and the play made at first to end the inning. We are at the end of 4 at Fenway, still 1-0 Boston. Kirkjian with Terry Francona.
Terry, how sharp has Josh Beckett been so far?
He's been like this every 5 days. The level of his consistency has been unbelievable. I mean, it's not just consistent, but the level is what's been every 5 days. It's exciting for us.
We've had 2 more really good defensive plays. How good has this team been defensively this year?
I think that's something that's been a little bit not mentioned as much. I mean, the speed in the outfield, the guys up the middle, and our catching's improved so much. It's helped us win a lot of games.
Terry, thank you. Dan, back to you.
All right, Tim, thank you. We go to the 5th. Eric Chavez, the DH for the Yankees, will lead it off against Josh Beckett. Yeah, both the eye test and the defensive numbers, if you're into the defensive metrics and so forth, suggest the Red Sox are a much better defensive team than they were a year ago. Of course, a healthy Ellsbury out in center field helps. Chavez struck out his first time up. He'll be followed by Russell Martin and then Eduardo Nunez for the Yankees.
Yeah, the right side of their infield is superb, and the left side of their infield leaves some question, but there's always a great effort.
Ground ball to second, Pedroia. 1 down. So without question, plus defenders are just right off the top of your head at first, second, and center, right?
Absolutely. And Reddick has played a very good left field when he was playing for Crawford, and a very good right field in a very small sample. Crawford, of course, has very good speed, but not a very good arm, and hasn't learned to play that wall yet. And you can see they're making the plays that they're getting to by having only 55 errors.
Russell Martin. Martin with a base hit his first time up. That's the only hit the Yankees have tonight. What a curveball.
Russell swung at that like it was an up and in fastball. The ball started out up and in. He got the bat going, and then he said, wait, no, that's not in. That's low and away. People sometimes wonder, how can you miss a ball by that much? It's just because you perceived it to be something else. The recognition was incorrect.
Slaps it to right. That's a fair ball. Martin digging for second. And thrown out by Reddick.
Right on cue, their defense comes up with a big play. Very difficult to operate in foul territory here at Fenway when the ball's hit down the right field line, because there is none. So this ball hits in fair territory and goes over to the wall. And as the Reddick comes over to pick it up, he has to turn his feet very quickly to get his feet in the proper position, get his glove in the right angle, and get the throw right on the mark.
And when you sit in Terry Francona's office and talk to him about Josh Reddick, whether he's hitting lefties or righties, whether he's playing left field or right field, Terry Francona's got nothing but good things to say about Josh Reddick and the way that he's playing the game of baseball. Good throw, good tag by Scudero at second base.
And what you want to do is not reach for the runner, as Scudero did, but just put the glove down at the base and let the runner come into the base and not allow it to be this close of a call for the umpire.
Now Nunez skies a high fly ball to left field and gone.
Victimized by the green monster. This ball was not hit that well. It's an out in a lot of parts. It was coming almost straight down at the end. A 1-0 high cutter. And Nunez doesn't get much of it, but he knows he's in Fenway and he's got a chance. You see this high arcing fly ball that would probably come down on most warning tracks, but here it's a dinger.
And a tie game.
And as the jury was out deliberating whether or not Joe Girardi made the right move in playing Nunez at third and Chavez at DH and having Posada watch this game, I think they just got a little evidence to bring back a not guilty verdict for Joe Girardi.
Ball 2.
That will calm down some of the tabloids in New York as far as the emotional energy that it has when Jorge sits in a big game like this.
Well, Nunez, whether it's at third or short or swinging the bat, has certainly proven himself to be a valuable commodity off the bench for the Yankees this year, filling in for either A-Rod or Jeter.
Well, Beckett knows he let down his team a little there because his concentration level went down after a very good defensive play. Russell Martin getting the second base hit of the day. His defense picked him up, and then he just got lazy on his cutter. Hung it right over the plate and got what he deserved.
Gardner tonight has struck out and hit a fly ball to left field. We're tied at 1 here in the top of the 5th inning. The Red Sox out hitting the Yankees 4-3. The Yankees winning on Friday night. The Red Sox bouncing back and winning yesterday afternoon. They are tied for the lead in the American League East. And the only team with a better record in all of baseball than these two teams, the Philadelphia Phillies. They lost today, amazingly enough.
That's an upset.
They had a 9-game winning streak going into today, but San Francisco beat them today 3-1, a much needed win for the Giants. The Phillies still have the best record in all of baseball at 74-40.
The Brewers won again. Well, they've won 8 in a row. They continue their streak.
Yep. And 11 of 12 for Milwaukee. They beat Houston 7-3. Zach Greinke picked up his 10th win of the season. Prince Fielder hit a home run, his 26th. Off Beckett. Bounces into foul territory, and Gardner's aboard.
That'll leave a mark that's on the inside of his shin. Thinking about a kick save. Actually, I think he was thinking about getting his leg out of the way. Made solid contact on his right leg, I believe, as he was following through here. Gardner had a pretty good swing on the 3-1 pitch and a real good swing on the 3-2 pitch. Boom.
His right shin looks like he got it pretty good, and if you're going to get hit in any leg, you want it to be the back leg. Oh, it's the front leg. It's the right leg. Yeah, the right leg.
Yes.
It's the right leg. Came back around. Thanks, Bobby.
It was in front. It was his back leg in front, but it got hit.
That's just above the ankle, it looked like, on the outside of the leg. He got after it pretty good going over to try to get the ball in foul territory. And he's convinced everybody he's okay.
A sore back leg is not too bad. It's the landing leg that needs to stay healthy. It takes all the pressure as you come down. It's the moment of truth. You stand on one leg for a living, the back leg for a little while as you come towards home plate, but the front leg is the one that needs to brace everything. You can pitch with a tough back leg.
With 2 outs, Gardner will be going. And Beckett will want to get in to show everyone the seams that are now very visible on his shin. The seams of the baseball always leave him. Wonderful red mark on solid contact.
The batter, Derek Jeter. Runner not going, and it's ball 1. Jeter would ground out in a line out tonight. Hitting about .340 over the last couple of weeks.
This is a situation where Gardner knows that Gonzalez is not in a position to tag him out and get a bigger lead. It's not a pitch out count on 1 ball, no strikes. He really should be going with 2 outs.
And he is. Jeter takes a strike, throw down, not in time. The 20th straight successful stolen base attempt for Brett Gardner.
Davey Lopes, one of the great base stealers and great coaches of stealing, believes, as I do, that you got to get an aggressive jump, as Gardner does there, steals it easily. I'd rather see a guy get picked off in a steal situation than get a bad jump in a steal situation. Gardner was off and running there, no chance, with a great throw by Veritek.
So they've tied it on a home run by Eduardo Nunez, now looking to take the lead. Runner at second, 2 down. And Jeter lifts a fly ball to right field, playable for Reddick. Inning over. Nunez homers off Beckett. And we'll go to the bottom of the 5th here at Fenway. Tied at 1. Yes, home run in the top half of the inning for the Yankees. Some big hitters coming up for the Red Sox this half inning, though. Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Youkilis against Freddie Garcia. Pedroia has grounded out and walked. Outside, says home plate umpire Tim Timmons. The Red Sox with 2 acknowledged MVP candidates, still accounting for the fact that there's about 7 weeks left in the season. Adrian Gonzalez, Jacoby Ellsbury coming up fast on the outside. And Terry Francona says if Pedroia keeps going like he's been going, maybe they'll have 3 MVP candidates. Of course, Pedroia has already won an MVP in his career back in 2008. Ellsbury just on fire lately, hitting for average, power, stealing bases. Chopped up the middle, could be trouble. Barehanded by Cano. He won't have a throw. An infield hit for Pedroia. Well, not only is he talented, but if you like baseball, you've got to like Pedroia, right, Bobby?
You got to love him because he comes all day long. He works the entire game. When he's on defense, he does this jump to get ready for every pitch. He breaks his inertia by jumping and coming down on the balls of his feet as the ball's in the hitting zone. This is on every pitch of every game. And then he beats out infield hits, scores from first base on a double, breaks up double plays, turns double plays, and is just a pleasure to watch.
160 times a day on defense only.
The batter, Adrian Gonzalez. Pedroia looked like he was running and had to scamper back. He loves to play, right? He just loves to play.
And he loves to play right.
Exactly. He loves the challenge of every moment that you're on the field, whether you're hitting, fielding, getting a relay, running the bases. It's all a personal challenge to him. He wants to win every ping pong match.
It's the edge. He's looking for the edge. He wasn't blessed with the largest stature. He said, I will find another way to win.
This is the play earlier in the game when Derek Jeter hit the ball. So Pedroia again hopping, jumping as he did, and then leaping to his right and making the catch. It's just his way of, very unique way, but his way of getting himself ready on the balls of his feet in an athletic position, ready to make the play. He's going. And he is out at second base.
Oh, that was a great tag by Derek Jeter, who saw the ball tailing a little toward the first base side, redirected his body as he caught the ball in front of the bag and made a sweeping tag, catching Pedroia on the leg. That's a Derek Jeter knowing what you have to do at the right moment. Here's this throw, is tailing a little. He gets it in front of the base and in one motion catches and tags Pedroia coming in, making the adjustment, catching a little of a foot. Big league play. A Hall of Famer tagging an all-star out.
And a strike, 3-1. Gonzalez is 0 for 2 tonight, a pop up, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice. The leading hitter in the major leagues at 350, leading the majors in RBIs with 91. And we have some activity in the Yankee pen. Left-hander Boone Logan, who on Friday struck out Adrian Gonzalez in a big spot. Came on for Bartolo Colon in the 5th inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and he struck out Gonzalez on 3 pitches.
And he's up for David Ortiz, Carl Crawford, and Josh Reddick, who after Euclid will be up 3 lefties in a row.
So he is up, and if he does come into the game, the next person up on the mound will be Phil Hughes. Hughes will be in a very good position to get a win in this game, I believe, if everything stays the same.
Sharply hit, but Cano playing out on the outfield grass as a fairly routine play for out number 2. Meanwhile, let's go back after Dustin Pedroia was thrown out trying to steal moments ago. We talked about how he wears his heart on his sleeve and how passionate he is about the game of baseball. Great tag by Jeter, very good throw by Russell Martin, and this is in the dugout.
And he punched that bench, and Tim Kirchin pointed out to us, as we all know because we've shaken hands with Dustin, he has some of the smallest hands in the history of the game of baseball. Yet he's banging him on the stool, on the bench.
And a check swing roller towards short. Jeter got him to end the inning. End of 5 at Fenway. The Yankees and the Red Sox tied at 1 with a Baseball Tonight update on the way.
Yankees and Red Sox through 5 innings. Been a pitcher's duel so far. The other game that started same time tonight has moved a little quicker. That's the Texas Rangers and the Cleveland Indians. And the Rangers behind 2-0. Michael Brantley earlier in the game tripled, and here he lifts the ball over the fence. So 2 for 4 with a home run and the triple, and the Indians lead Texas 3-0. They're already in the top of the 8th with 2 men down. The standings in the AL West, surprising some folks that the Angels have been able to hang around. You see they're behind a half game. You surprised?
Yeah, very surprised because they haven't been scoring. And Torrey Hunter, Vernon Wells have gotten off to slow first halves of the season. Right. You thought that those would be the guys in the middle of the lineup area that would carry them. They've struggled, but some young kids have stepped up for them.
The young kids have stepped up for them offensively, but it's been all about their pitching. The reason they are where they are is because of Jarrett Weaver. It's because of Herron. It's because of their starting pitching staff. And Mike Scioscia knows how to put the places in position to be successful.
It didn't work last year. It's working this year. And don't forget, Adrian Beltre has been out for a while with the Rangers and suffered a setback in his recovery, so it looks like he's going to be out even longer. We'll see you post-game, boys and girls, with the highlights of the Red Sox and Yankees on SportsCenter.
Carl, thank you. Back to the top of the 6th, tied at 1. Curtis Granderson to lead it off. By the way, in that Rangers game tonight, Michael Young picked up career hit number 2,000. Young is among the leading hitters in the American League this year, hitting over 330.
Some of the best trades are the ones you don't make.
Granderson with a fly ball to right field. Yeah, Young has been the primary DH, but has filled in at third base, second base, and first base, depending on the need at the time for the Texas Rangers.
Now, Josh Beckett is lowering his ERA in a historic manner this year, and he is completely back and healthy. And speaking of his back, that is the part that's healthy. He doesn't arch his back. He doesn't fall off to first base anymore, and he gets tremendous extension down the hill. And a fastball might be the same velocity, but he this year is throwing it closer to the plate than ever.
Mark Teixeira, curveball for a strike. Last year, dealing with some back problems, missed about 9 weeks on the DL with the back trouble. The ERA was 5.78 this year. Right now, it is 2.20. And that is a historic improvement for a pitcher to lower your ERA by over 3.5 runs. Since earned runs became an official stat in 1912, no pitcher with 110 innings or more has ever reduced his ERA by more than 3.5 runs. Josh Beckett might be able to do that if he keeps pitching the rest of the season the way he has pitched so far.
Well, most of us have lived in this human body have experienced back pain, and when back pain is present, you are not free, you're not easy, you're wondering when it's going to creep up and grab you again, even when it goes away. And Josh dealt with that throughout all of last year. And as a pitcher, it makes you better when it's healthy by how fast you throw the ball, how quick your ball moves at the end because you have great release and late action, and then how accurate. And he's gotten all 3 back.
Teixeira lines a ball to left field. That's going to be off the monster on the fly. Big turn, but it's a Fenway Park single.
What you see from the low third camera with Josh Beckett, how erect he is. He used to fall off back towards first base. And as he comes down the hill, he keeps his pressure and his head comes forward. Now he's using his back muscles. He lands, he braces himself. And look how far out front and over that front leg with the extension. For every foot you are closer to the hitter, it is 3 miles an hour in reaction time. So the farther you throw the ball down the hill, the closer you get to the hitter, the sneakier and faster you throw the ball.
And obviously it's 60 feet 6 inches is the distance from the plate to the rubber, but in reality he's only about, what, 55 feet by the time he throws that pitch?
54, 55 feet is the default distance, so you really don't throw the ball from 60 feet 6 inches. That's where the back of home plate is to the front of the rubber.
Front of home plate to the front of the rubber, I believe.
Oh, it is? Apologize. You're right.
So with a guy like Randy Johnson, not only throwing hard, but also because of his height and the length of his arm. I mean, he's even maybe a foot closer. So that's another, it feels like, extra 3 miles an hour for him, right?
I don't know if it's a whole foot, but it would be 4 or 5 inches closer. And you're right, because when you get closer, it's just the reaction time of the hitter, because you throw at the same speed, 93, but you're closer, the reaction time is shorter.
Outside 2-1. Let's go to Tim Kirchin for more on Beckett.
You know, last year Beckett's struggles were twofold. He threw way too many cutters, Terry Francona told me, and both Terry Francona and John Farrell, the former pitching coach here, told me that Beckett was worried most of last year about his contract. He got a big new deal, and he was standing there on opening night of 2010 against the Yankees thinking, oh my God, they're going to announce my contract tomorrow, and I have to go out there and justify it every night. It really bothered him, and obviously neither one of those things is bothering him this year.
You know, it's funny, Tim, how many players, even at this level, sometimes feel the weight of their contract. We heard all about Dan Uggla trying to justify going to Atlanta, the big contract, how he struggled the first couple of months. Today he extended his hitting streak to 28 games. He's hitting like Dan Uggla always hit recently, as Cano lines one up the middle of base hit. Teixeira stops at second. 2 on for the Yankees with 1 out.
That was a fastball over the plate that was hit perfectly by Cano. And, you know, there's all this MVP talk. Cano hasn't quite hit his stride that people expect him to hit, and that is of a absolute superstar. But he's played an exceptional brand of baseball this year, and I think he has a month of scalding hot in him, and a ball hit like that could really get him on his way.
Speaking of a month of scalding hot, here's Nick Swisher. Not tonight, 0 for 2, but he's been on a tear the last several weeks. Again, lengthening their lineup. No Alex Rodriguez, been on the DL a few weeks. Surgery on his knee, a torn meniscus, back maybe within a couple of weeks. But Jeter's been hot the last 2-3 weeks. Swisher's been hot the last several weeks. So they're still scoring a lot of runs. Had an 18-run game and a 17-run game just in the last 10 days.
Well, Veritek and Beckett trying to get on the same page. Remember, Swisher, the last out of the 4th, hit a long fly ball to center field, and only Fenway Park with 420 out there could hold it. He probably hit it about 410. He struck him out in the first at bat with a curveball. Swisher hit a fastball an awful long way, so they're looking for the sequence to get him out in this key situation.
The Red Sox took the lead in the bottom of the 2nd. The Yankees tied it in the top of the 5th. Now threatening here in the top of the 6th. Inside corner, a strike, 1-1.
Going away, but it ended up in. A split finger changeup.
And Swisher acknowledged he was buying that was a strike, even though it buckled him on its way in. Curveball up and away, 2-1. Swisher hitting .329 over his last 47 games, so a good long stretch of solid hitting for Nick Swisher. Teixeira and Cano aboard as Beckett battles trying to keep this game tied.
Well, right now it's a battle. Josh Beckett with his release point. He is looking to find it in a crucial situation as a pitcher. It's a terrible time to feel like you are not locked in. Right here, he's been relying on the fastball, defaulting to the fastball. I think that's what he'll go, strength against strength.
Driven to right center field. Ellsbury will make the catch. And neither runner will advance. Teixeira had started toward third, so he just gets back to the safety of second base now with 2 down.
Teixeira is not the fastest runner on the team, and his play there with 1 out is to go halfway and be able to score if that ball falls. But he could have a bouncing lead as he's halfway and rush to get back to second base and advance to third to give a first and third situation for the left-handed hitter Chavez here. But he really doesn't have the foot speed to allow him to do that, so he's still at second base with 2 outs. Many people think he's just as well off.
Now the batter, Eric Chavez, 0 for 2. The Yankees, by the way, are 0 for 6 tonight with runners in scoring position.
One of the subtle things you'll see about this relationship between Josh Beckett and Jason Varitek is that all of the pitches are being called, and then he is setting up right down the middle, and he subtly moves to the left or the right as Beckett comes towards home plate. Teixeira has been on second base. They don't want to allow him to give any signal at all of where the pitch could be. Varitek will set down the middle, and right at the very end will subtly move.
Now, as a pitcher, you know why he's doing that, but is it distracting to have a catcher do that?
No, it is not distracting because you expect it and you ask for it as a big league pitcher. You do not want the hitter to get any clues. And also here, the shadows. See how the shadows of Varitek creep to both sides. So your peripheral vision as a hitter, you can see the shadow, you can feel the shadow, and it tells you where he's going. He goes very late when the hitter, Chavez, has to concentrate on Beckett.
Continues to struggle with his command, falling behind 3-0.
Live K-Zone said it was a strike. Beckett didn't get it. When you have been not throwing strikes, you will not get the benefit of the doubt, and Tim Timmons did not give him that one to go 3-0.
Green light, 3-1.
Good call on the green light. You have a fastball hitter and a fastball pitcher struggling with his command. You're trying to get a run any way you can in a game where runs have been far and few between, and Eric had a good cut at it. What you want to do is miss it on 3-0 when you swing, so you have another chance. Don't pop it up or hit it off the end of the bat. Miss it and get back in there. Great hitters learn to swing and miss, learn to swing and foul off the pitch, learn to not be off balance and off timing and put the ball in play meekly. Eric did a good job of swinging and missing at that ball.
Cutter over the outside corner for a strike, 3-2. Huge pitch right here. 2 on, 2 out, bases loaded, runners on the move. A 3-0 four-seam fastball, 3-1 cutter, 3-2 four-seam fastball. What now?
The first thought is I have 2 batters to get 1 out. Russell Martin on deck, Josh Beckett with Chavez in the challenge at the plate. You don't have to give in. You can still make a quality pitcher.
Presented by Taco Bell is brought to you by Shark Night 3D. Experience the movie event of the summer, Shark Night 3D, in theaters September 2nd, rated PG-13. I'm all over that. Back to the bottom of the 6th inning, tied at 1. The Yankees and Red Sox here at Fenway Park. And a new pitcher for the New York Yankees. Left-hander Boone Logan is into the game after Freddie Garcia goes the first 5 innings, giving up a run. Logan will face David Ortiz, Carl Crawford, Josh Reddick. 43rd appearance of the season for Logan, who, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, had a huge strikeout of Adrian Gonzalez on Friday night.
Logan looks like he has the perfect arm slot right now against left-handers. He's bending at the waist just a little as he starts to deliver his ball. It's what's known as a 3/4 action, and he's able to throw it to the outside part of the plate, giving left-handers fits.
The only lefty in the Yankees pen. And a good lineup for him to get some work in against with all the left-handed batters that the Red Sox have. Just low.
That's a great take by David Ortiz. This year he has half as many at bats off of lefties as Corey Wade's in the bullpen, but David Ortiz had a successful year against lefties this year.
Matt Albers now up in the Red Sox pen.
Ortiz hitting over 300 against lefties.
3-2.
Those 2 last takes show you why he's locked in. Righties, he's only hitting 275. Left-handers, 308. And that is a big flip when he saw his struggles over the last couple of years early in the season.
And he draws the walk. So Ortiz is aboard. Logan unable to get him, but he did get his man on Friday night. Came on for Bartolo Colon. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 5th inning in Orel. It only took 3 pitches.
Fastball away. And then the breaking ball. He gets him out in front. Adrian knew it was a breaking ball. Saw it, but the speed got him. And right there, a breaking ball that looked like that first fastball away. And he bounced it. You get Adrian Gonzalez on 3 pitches. You throw him 3 quality.
Swing and a miss by Carl Crawford.
With a left-handed pitcher on the mound at David Ortiz at first, I see no reason to be really holding him on base. He should be playing in front of him or 1 step behind him. Take a little more of that hole away.
Especially when you want to throw the off-speed breaking ball, which is going to make Crawford be out in front of it. Now a routine ground ball out in front of a breaking ball possibly has a chance of going through that hole. You actually put that back into the arsenal a little more often, throwing the off-speed pitch if you have the defense aligned that way.
Instead, Crawford goes the other way, and he's got himself a base hit. The ball had eyes, didn't it?
Well, trying to stay back on the breaking ball, gets jammed and is laid on a fastball and finds a hole.
Yeah, when that pitch is inside and you're late, the bat is not in the angle where you can pull the ball or hit it up the middle. It has to go to left field. It does. It has eyes. And now there's potential bunting situation, even so the Red Sox hardly ever bunt. But the left-handed pitcher and the left-handed hitter Reddick up there, who's been swinging a great bat, I wouldn't be surprised to see him taking a shot at a bunt. Consequently, Joe Girardi's out on the mound to talk about what kind of bunt defense they'll put on. With Ortiz on second base, of course, they're going to have a little talk with Ortiz and the third base coach Tim Bogar to make sure he knows the signs, if in fact there are any signs. I know the Red Sox hate to bunt.
He's not the easiest guy to bunt over either. His secondary lead's not going to be very long, so you can get picked off back at second base.
But there were two conferences, one with Girardi and his entire infield of the pitcher, and one with the third base coach and the runner Ortiz at second base. So everyone thinks that the bunt is a potential, even though it's very seldom used by the Red Sox.
They have sacrificed only 12 times all season, none of them by Reddick. He shows, he pulls the bat back, and it's ball one.
And so the defensive play that Joe Girardi decided to put on was a delayed wheel play. That's a play where Jeter can easily beat Ortiz to the bag. Nunez will read the bunt. If in fact the batter squares, it's Jeter's job to beat him to third base. They're going to try to get the lead runner on any bunts that are made.
The swing and a pop-up. Shallow left field, and Gardner is in to make the catch. Reddick is retired, one down. And Joe Girardi is quickly back out of the pen now that the left-handed batters are done. He'll take Logan out and bring in a right-hander Corey Wade to face Jason Varitek in a 1-1 tie. Corey Wade to face Jason Varitek, who will bat now from the left side of the plate. Wade began his season with Tampa Bay's AAA affiliate, was released June the 12th, was signed to a minor league contract by the Yankees June the 13th, made one AAA appearance for the Yankees, and then was called up June the 15th. And as you can see from the numbers, Oral, he has performed admirably.
And he's in a situation here where he can earn his Yankee stripes. Rubber game of the match. Joe Girardi has stated that he wants to win this series. You're 1-1 here, and you're in a key situation. You can earn a lot of confidence of your manager.
Exactly the situation I thought Phil Hughes could possibly come into, but obviously Corey has been doing it out of the bullpen, and in this situation he's more trusted by the manager.
Ortiz at second, Crawford at first, Varitek the batter.
And Dan, with the wheel play that the Yankees had on in the previous at-bat, They pulled the wheel play on the first pitch, and as Earl pointed out, that forced Tito into putting the hit on. Take the bunt off, allow the hitter to swing. He popped up. He got the fastball that he was hoping he would get, but he popped it up.
Because with that wheel play, to say there are holes all over the infield is an understatement, right? I mean, it's a gaping hole.
It's an understatement, and what he's really trying to do is take that breaking ball away from the arsenal there and get a fastball for his hitter to hit. He put the bunt out, ball one, he got a fastball to hit, he popped it up.
On the appeal, he did not go. And it is 3-0 on Varitek.
Well, as he gets to the mound, he's told, okay, kid, first and second, one out, get us a ground ball. We have a slow runner at the plate. We'll be out of here. And he's throwing all high fastballs.
And another 3-0 green light. The second one we've seen tonight. Martin makes the catch. Varitek retired for out number 2.
Well, as a veteran hitter, you know what you want in that spot. You don't only want velocity, you want location. Laurel?
Well, it's up. He gives him a chance. I'll tell you what, one of the mysterious things about playing in Fenway Park as a visiting player is how hard it is to get a called strike every once in a while, and especially in big situations. Varitek knows that, and he gives an out away.
He was trying to wave it further foul into the seats, but to no avail. Now 2 down. And the batter is Marco Scutaro, who has driven in the only Red Sox run tonight on an RBI single back in the second. Curveball for a strike.
He got the velocity he wanted. He just wasn't in a location that he could handle and drive.
Dropped down a little bit there, missed inside with a breaking ball. 1-1.
The Red Sox are in a 1-1 game. They had bases loaded, no out in the second inning. Only got one on a 2-out hit by Scutaro. And now again, Scutaro has to rescue this inning that started first and second, no out.
Might not get a better one than that to swing at. The count 1-2. The inning began with David Ortiz drawing a walk. Carl Crawford with a base hit through the left side, but then Reddick and Varitek retired without the runners advancing. Friday night, the Yankee pen was outstanding. 4 1/3 shutout innings, securing a 3-2 win. And the bullpen has been a strength of the Yankees this year. In fact, the Yankee bullpen leads the American League in ERA.
Now, Wade's fastball's topping out around 89. He's got a changeup that he just threw on the last pitch. The best pitch I've seen him throw tonight is the sharp curveball. Scutaro got a fastball base hit. I think they throw curveball here to look for an out.
Got that breaking ball again, dropping down a little bit, and it's fouled off.
You watch the game in the bullpen. Russell Martin behind the plate knows what's been thrown and what's been hit by every hitter. You think through the game, the at-bat, the situation, and you try and pick the best pitch to get him out. And I think the breaking ball is still that pitch.
Jams him with a fastball, and no play. Bases loaded.
Boy, sometimes they're too hot to handle and sometimes they're too soft to handle. This is a jam shot that gets out and dies when it hits the grass. Derek Jeter does not charge it aggressively, and Cano feels like he has to do it. He's jammed, hits the grass and dies. Cano thinks he's the only one who can make the play. He's really not at an angle where he could do it. I got to give the guy a base hit. Scudero.
And they do. Third hit of the night for Marco Scudero. So now the bases are loaded with 2 outs. And Joe Girardi looks on as Jacoby Ellsbury comes to the plate. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He has done a great job with the bases loaded this year. He's done a great job overall this year, hitting .319, 19 homers, 72 runs driven in. And the one lefty the Yankees have in their pen is come and gone in Boone Logan. All these left-handed batters know they'll be seeing righties the rest of the way. 2-0. Crowd really getting into it now. Ortiz is at third. Crawford at second. And Scudero at first with 2 down as the Red Sox try to break the tie. 3-0.
Yeah, we've seen a few 3-0 swings, but I don't think we're going to see one now against Ellsbury because he's been hitting so well and he's so confident. He doesn't feel he has to swing at this 3-0 pitch.
Now he awaits the 3-1.
He knows the pitcher's in trouble in this situation.
Full count. Didn't give in and give him a fastball, Oral, on 3-1.
Well executed changeup at 82 miles an hour. The 3-0 pitch was the fastball. The runners are going here, but total concentration on throwing a strike to try and get him out.
Do it all over again.
Corey Wade has shown some mettle here, battling back from a 3-0 count. A youngster in Fenway. See if he can do it again.
Runners will be on the move again. Pops them up. And caught by Gardner down the line. Went with a changeup again. Ellsbury can't get it done. And they leave him loaded. Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Shark Night 3D. Experience the movie event of the summer, Shark Night 3D, in theaters September 2nd, rated PG-13. Welcome back to Fenway Park. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Dan Schulman, Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Tim Kirkchin, Buster Olney. Yankees and Red Sox are tied at 1. Matt Albers comes in out of the pen. Josh Beckett will go 6 innings, give up 1 run tonight. No decision for him. And here comes Albers, who has been a very effective member of the Boston bullpen this year. He'll face Russell Martin to begin the 7th, the Yankee catcher. He's 2 for 2. Martin with a single to left and then a single to right, thrown out trying to stretch it into a double, thrown out by Josh Reddick. After Martin, Eduardo Nunez, and back to the top of the order for Brett Gardner. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Watch over 100 live out-of-market games per week online and on your favorite devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. A run in the 2nd for the Red Sox, a run in the 5th for the Yankees. That's it. And a strike, 1 and 2. Rafael Soriano is up in the Yankee pen. Former Rays closer and former Yankee setup man is back off the DL, but is now working primarily in the 7th inning. Dave Robertson has had an outstanding season, and he's become the primary setup man for the New York Yankees. Great movement, but it moves so much, Oral, it moved right out of the strike zone.
Looked like that was a strike to me. That was a very nice pitch down by the knee. See what K-Zone thought. Did it get back in time? Just barely. It lights up gold. That means thought it was a strike.
Chop back to the mound. 1 down.
Dan, you know, one of the backstories here, and I'm going to try to be brief on this one, is just that this is a 2-hour and 40-minute game so far. And part of the reason, or a majority of the reason, is because Josh Beckett threw 101 pitches, threw 74 of them with no one on base. The rulebook says he's supposed to pitch within 12 seconds, and he was pitching 30 seconds, sometimes 35 seconds. That's an added half hour to this game of him standing around and us sitting around watching him do nothing. That's what Kevin Long was talking about, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams start complaining to the officials to get him to speed up his pace and see if it changes his results, which are excellent.
And if Jonathan Papelbon comes into the game, we can have the same conversation about the Red Sox closer as well. Is it enforceable, and do you feel it needs to be enforced?
Well, why have a rule if it's not enforceable?
Agreed.
It seems so easy to put a clock on it, and they even say 15 seconds, not 12 seconds. It doesn't have to be the letter of the law. And call a ball once. You do it once, that'll put a stop to it. And if it is truly an advantage to the pitcher, and I don't know that it's such an advantage to the pitcher, you know, hitters might complain a little, but it's not a major advantage. It's a disadvantage to the fans who have to sit and watch nothing happen.
I don't think you're going to get any argument from baseball fans anywhere, even in New York and Boston.
Well, it's in the rule book.
Yeah.
It's in writing. You know, let's take it out of the rule book or let's enforce the rule.
Strike 3 called to get Nunez.
Now the movement on the outside corner, we saw K-Zone light up and he didn't get the call here. The movement to the inside corner because it looks like it's crossing the plate as it goes. This one actually misses the strike zone by the computer's eyes. But Timmons behind the plate gets 1 a ball. It's 1 a strike. It's even up.
Not in Nunez's mind.
Well, I'm an ex-pitcher.
You had that pitch, Earl. He has the same kind of diving action on that fastball that you had, and it's very hard to catch, it's very hard to hit, and it's very hard to call.
2 down for Gardner, 1 for 3.
see Veritek catching that ball and catching it right in the pocket and trying never to have his thumb point down as he's catching the ball, because that sinker just wears out the thumb if the thumb is pointing down when he's making that catch.
I always wanted my catcher to start with their glove below the strike zone and come up to my low pitch, not start above and have to drop their hand down, because it visually makes the umpire think that the ball's too low. So when they get down really deep and have their glove low and actually have to catch the low pitch with a steady hand or slightly moving up, it's easier to get a strike.
Tried to backdoor him with a slider again, and he missed. 2 balls and a strike.
And he's trying to keep that thumb up, but turning it right at the end. He probably has a thumb guard in his glove.
Left a ball over the heart of the plate. Gardner hits it a long way and gone. Number 5 on the season for Gardner, and the Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead.
2-1 little breaking ball, trying to throw it on the outer half of the plate. It creeps over the middle. Gardner made him pay.
Or it was the same pitch he had thrown the 2 previous pitches. Backdoor slider, missed with it twice, and Veritek called it again, and this time he missed his spot by a foot.
Watch the glove move in towards the swing, and low and in is a dangerous sweet spot for left-handed hitters. And he just kind of golfed it out of here.
Gardner in that leadoff position, doing a heck of a job for the Yankees. Derek Jeter hitting over 340 since he got his 3,000th hit in the number 2 spot. Granderson in the number 3 spot.
And Jeter hit.
And that's some of that old, sometimes people are in a dugout wondering what's going on. A guy hits a home run, then the batter tries to bunt on the next pitch, and that's doing something that's uncouth. I don't get the thinking. I don't think that was a deliberate pitch at all. But Terry's going to make a move and bring in another pitcher.
Left-hander Franklin Morales on his way in. The Gardner home run has given the Yankees the lead. Top 7 here at Fenway. Here at Fenway, new pitcher into the game for Boston, left-hander Franklin Morales. Ex of Colorado, was acquired by the Red Sox for a player to be named later or cash back at the end of May. You see his combined numbers with the Rockies and the Red Sox. Left-hander on to face the left-hand hitting Curtis Granderson. As you mentioned earlier in the telecast, Bobby, Curtis Granderson has done a remarkable job hitting left-handers this year.
It's made the difference in his season, and it's made the difference in the Yankee season.
This is a guy who historically had struggled against left-handed pitching, but picked it up late last year. Has carried it over right through this season. He's walked twice and flied out tonight. The Yankees have a 2-1 lead. A home run by Brett Gardner earlier this half inning. Jeter hit by a pitch. He's at first with 2 down.
This is an interesting play where Derek was a little late getting back to the bag, but because Adrian Gonzalez holds the runner on the way he does, when he catches it, he could only tag him at his waist. There's no way that he could get this tag down to the base and tag his hand on the way in because of his defensive positioning. He does that so he could get off the bag better and cover the hold better. Tim Kirchin was talking to him about it. And they take away the pickoff and they get a little more of the hole on defense. But the Yankee and American League runners should understand they could get a bigger lead because of that.
Well, right now, what Jeter's saying, I think, Oro, he thinks Morales is balking with that right leg, right?
Well, he's got to stride at least 45 degrees towards first base, and it's right on the line. If his foot goes towards home plate and breaks that angle.
And both Jeter and first base coach Mick Kelleher were talking to the umpire, Jeff Kellogg, about that move of Morales's.
One of the ways you get away with it as a left-handed pitcher is you creep close to the angle and you can almost cheat. But if you can keep your right toe pointed towards first base, it gives the optical illusion to the umpire that you're okay. It's when that right toe starts turning towards home plate, plus you cheat on the angle, that you get called.
Yeah, the other thing, Oral, that they'll look at, this is a quick step. He puts the foot down quickly on the ground and then follows it with his left foot toward first. So this comes down and then he steps right directly to first base with his left foot, which gives the appearance to the umpire that he was coming toward first when the right foot came down.
If that's not trying to deceive the runner, I don't know what is. Little intricate parts that you work on all the time in spring training and throughout your career if you're a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, there's an imaginary 40 to 5 degree line that goes toward the line. You know, that line that creates the running box that's halfway down between home plate and first base. There's this imaginary line that goes from the middle of the rubber right toward that line. And as a left-handed pitcher, your right foot is supposed to step on the right field side of that line as you throw to first base. I don't know why we don't have the line there during the game. Why it has to be imaginary, actually. You know, we have a batter's box and we have the runner's box.
When you make that move, you watch the move with Derek Jeter at first. The left is he's throwing over to first base. The right, he's going home. You see how he steps towards first base, and you see the other one where he strides, and the runner has to perceive which way he's going in time to go back or to get a secondary lead or steal the base.
Kurt Young, the pitching coach, to the mound. Runners now at first and second with 2 down. For Mark Teixeira, the switch hitting first baseman. Jeter's at second, Granderson's at first. Coverage of Major League Baseball continues on ESPN tomorrow and Wednesday. Monday Night Baseball at 7 Eastern. It'll be the Red Sox taking on the Twins. The game is available in the Boston area. Then Wednesday Night Baseball at 7 Eastern. It'll be the Angels and the Yankees. Pitch in the dirt, ball 1 to Teixeira, who turns around to bat from the right side of the plate. And Teixeira has 10 of his home runs from this side of the plate and just 135 at bats. He's got a higher batting average, a higher slugging percentage, all of it from this side of the plate.
And the reason Morales is pitching to him because Cano's on deck. Terry wants to keep him in through that part of the order.
Well, strikes are hard to come by right now for Franklin Morales.
This inning was 2 outs and no one on, and now the Yankees have the lead because of the Gardner home run. It looked like it was going to be a breeze, but it's turning into a battle.
Morales is not winning over any fans here at Fenway right now, in the crowd or in the dugout.
Now, the fact that he is just so erratic, you can tell that it is a mental thing, that he is not comfortable yet here in the confines of Fenway Park. And he is then trying to impress everyone.
They're not impressed. Back-to-back walks, bases are loaded. Cano coming up.
Well, this is a 2-1 game. It's an exciting game. The bases are loaded, but really a lot of the looks you see on the faithful here, the fact that they haven't seen much in this game. A lot of it is because there's been 30 or 40 minutes of pitchers standing around, holding onto the ball when the rule book says they should have been pitching. End of that conversation. Don't want to beat a dead horse, but it really is an easily enforceable situation. Cano with the bases loaded.
A hit batter and a couple of walks have loaded them. Boy, he's all over the place right now. And you understand Terry Francona wants to leave him in for the lefty-lefty matchup, but I'm sure there's a part of Francona that says, can he continue like this, or do you have to take him out now?
As a pitcher, when you've lost it, it's really hard to find it when it's been this long. And we're talking 10 pitches and 9 of them for balls. And now your base is loaded and you have no release point and very little confidence. And you're at home and the fans are booing. It's a Bronx cheer in New York. What is it here, Dan?
1-1 the count. And a ground ball. And the inning is over. Somehow Morales gets out of it. The Yankees, though, do get a run on a home run by Brett Gardner and lead 2-1. Yankees and Red Sox going at it in the rubber match of this 3-game series. We go to the bottom of the 7th here on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Yankees 2, Red Sox 1. And the new pitcher for the Yankees, right-hander Rafael Soriano, missed a couple of months with elbow inflammation. Came back a couple of weeks ago, but not to his old job, not to the 8th inning job. Dave Robertson now has that, and deservedly so with the job that he's done this year. So Soriano, the former closer for the Rays, 45 saves last year, has become about an $11 million a year 7th inning man for the New York Yankees. But doesn't make the job any easier this inning. He'll face Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Youkilis. Two runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Yankees. 1 run, 7 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. 2-hopper backhanded by Jeter. 1 down. It's an important guy for the Yankees, especially given that some of their starting pitchers, Bobby, might not be going as deep into games as Joe Girardi would like. They know they're very good in the 8th and 9th. The 7th could be a pivotal inning for the Yankees later in the season and presumably come October.
Well, they had it set up coming into the season thinking Job at Chamberlain could pitch the 7th, Soriano the 8th, and give it to the master in the 9th. Now they found new hope with Robertson pitching that 8th inning, and Soriano come back. He's fresh. He could give him 2 innings at times if his arm's feeling the way it's supposed to this time of the year with as few innings as he's pitched.
He's got a reputation for being a little bit particular and temperamental about the way he's used. And let's go down to Tim Kirkjian for more.
Yeah, Dan, when Soriano was with the Rays, he went to Joe Madden and said, I'd just like to know what the team rules are here. And Joe said, well, we don't have many team rules here. And then Soriano said, well, here are my rules. He said, on Sunday day games, for instance, I'm not going to take batting practice with the team. I'm not going to be shagging fly balls. I just don't do that on Sundays. I can pitch on Sundays, but I'm not doing any workout work on Sundays. And Joe said, well, whatever works. And then he had a great year for the Rays, so there was no arguing there.
So he's got his own set of rules.
He does, but it's hard to argue with him when he saves 45 games. Now he's in a slightly different spot.
Yes.
And in all seriousness, they need him to be good now, because this was their situation, to have the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning covered. When he got here, he was supposed to be the 8th inning guy, and now, as you said, he's the 7th inning guy.
And just a flip of the jobs, really. Of course, Joba Chamberlain is out as well, but Robertson's become hugely important for the Yankees. You ever have a player walk into your office and say, these are my rules?
Well, you know, I had a player's agent once come in after he was a fireman of the year, Jeff Russell, and the agent came in and said, hey, you know, I didn't like the way you used my guy last year. I want him to only be used for 1 inning instead of 1 1/3 and 1 2/3 like you did the inning before. And I said, okay, but I'll decide what inning it is.
Well played.
We had another conversation the next day, and he said, hey, you know what? I think you really used my guy really well last year. And I'm good with it. We'll go with the same rules this year.
That must have felt good.
Well, it was all right. Yeah. I mean, what can I do? 1 inning?
I thought it was, like you said, well played.
Well played,
Oh, Lord. But he's a very good pitcher and a very important part of this Yankee team.
Quirks or personality aside, a luxury to have this caliber of an arm, Oral, working in the 7th inning of games.
Well, and it's so free and easy, and he has shown that he can perform at a very high level, and that's why the Yankees brought him in. Another guy down there, Daniel Bard and Dan Wheeler, also. Both of these teams, sporadic starting staffs after the Aces.
Crowd got excited, but plenty of room out there for Granderson 2 down. I guess if you're looking at the 2 starting rotations, the Red Sox fan would say to you, well, number 2, John Lester. On this side, do the Yankees have a comparable number 2? But then again, the Yankee starting staff really has maybe outperformed expectations all season long. We talked about the numbers Freddie Garcia's got. Cologne, the last few starts haven't been as good, but for the first half of the season, he gave him some great starts too.
Well, they've been the saviors, and A.J. Burnett there. There's Cologne on the left, Nova on the right. And they are the depth of the rotation after Cece. But the bullpen in both these teams has been outstanding and saved them.
For Boston, doesn't look like Clay Buchholz is going to come back. The Red Sox went out and acquired Eric Bedard, who made his first start for the Red Sox a few days ago before the Yankee series, and had what was termed a decent performance, 5 innings, 3 runs. Although the Red Sox, Terry Francona feels he pitched better than the numbers would indicate. So the back end of their rotation is Eric Bedard. Tim Wakefield is still starting for the Boston Red Sox.
And doing a great job. Not only eating up winning innings, but getting wins. Being a very reliable pitcher who's going to be counted on coming down the stretch and into the playoffs.
Wakefield will pitch tomorrow night in that game we talked about, the Red Sox at the Twins. And Tim Wakefield will be seeking career win number 200 tomorrow night. John Lackey, of course, as you look at John Lester, John Lackey, of course, also, and maybe he's the number 3 guy still in that rotation. As mentioned, that was Lester, the number 2 guy. John Lackey, is he the number 3 guy right now? He's been hot and cold this season.
He's pitched better the last 5 outings, and Terry Francona wanted to make sure we knew that coming into this telecast, because he knows it, and he's going to be counting on him. Even though he has a 6-point ERA, it's hard to get that down this time of the year, and you have to throw it out the window and just go game by game.
It is interesting that teams with the records these two teams have, they're 26 games over 500, both of them. And with the payrolls these two teams have, 1-2 in baseball, that at this point of the season, they still have as many questions in their rotations as they do.
Yeah, but you win pennants with the bullpen. And both of these organizations know that. They both have outstanding bullpens, and their records reflect it.
And they have an offense that if the starter puts him in a hole, they have a bullpen that's coming in throwing a lot of zeros, so the offense has a chance to catch up.
And when you can catch up with a 3-run homer, your bullpen's going to win a lot of games.
And then if you do catch up, the 8th and 9th are zeros, and you win the game.
Absolutely. Picked up a Seves who's like 23-2 in his career, and he's 7-1 this year out of the bullpen, and you can win a lot of games if you have the offense and you have the quality arms that these two teams have.
Meanwhile, quite a battle here between Soriano and Youkilis. Soriano trying to protect a 1-run lead for the Yankees. The winner of this game tonight will be in sole possession of first place in the American League East. They're tied right now at 69 and 43. Great pitch, and the inning is over. Youkilis thought it was in the dirt, but it was caught cleanly, and the inning is over. The Yankees still lead 2-1. presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Verizon, America's largest and most reliable wireless network. To the top of the 8th inning here at Fenway Park in Boston, with the Yankees leading the Red Sox 2-1. The hits are even at 7 apiece. And the new pitcher, the 4th pitcher of the night for the Boston Red Sox, is right-hander Dan Wheeler. Wheeler on the DL earlier this season, back in May with a calf problem, was not pitching well at all prior to going on the DL, but has done a much better job since coming off the DL. Just a 1.69 ERA since he was activated. Nick Swisher leads it off for the Yankees.
So the other part of budgets, how bullpens that even when you're behind in a game, you can bring in a quality arm like a Wheeler, where the deeper budgets get to do that. Instead of bringing along a rookie or a younger player that doesn't cost you very much.
Drifting foul and back out of play.
Yeah. Mentioning these bullpens, Dan, the Red Sox have 19 wins. You know, out of their bullpen, the Yankees have 15 wins. Robertson's up. He's the guy who's getting pulls and saves. I always thought you had to get 25 to 30 wins out of the bullpen in the National League to win the pennant and championship.
One ball, 2 strikes. The count on Swisher. Soriano getting Pedroia, Gonzalez, and Youkilis in order in the 7th inning, so he did his job. It'll be up to Robertson to try to preserve it in the 8th and get the ball to Rivera in the 9th. Swing and a miss, 1 down. Bayer Advanced Aspen wants you to know that for the rest of the season, Bayer will be donating $10 to the Red Cross for every strike thrown at 95 miles per hour or faster. For more information, log on to speedupyourrelief.com. 1 down here in the Yankees' 8th inning. The DH, Eric Chavez, is up 0 for 3, including a couple of strikeouts. The Red Sox, as we mentioned, will get on a plane tonight. They'll head to Minneapolis, start a 3-game series with the Twins tomorrow night. Tim Wakefield and Scott Baker, a game you can see on ESPN. The Yankees are off tomorrow. They begin a series at home against the Angels on Tuesday. And the Wednesday night game, Angels at Yankees, on ESPN at 7 Eastern. A.J. Burnett scheduled to start that game for the Yankees. Angels in a real battle out in the American League West with Texas. The Rangers winning tonight over Cleveland. Comeback victory. There's Burnett, who's had another up and down season.
He started off April 4-1 with a good ERA. Looked like he's really going to turn it around and be consistent. But it really fell on hard times and consistency. Talking with Ivan Nova right there. And I'll tell you what, Nova on the bubble roster-wise sometimes, but of the 13 Yankee pitchers, he's in my top 5 of who throwing the ball very well. You go CC, Rivera, Robertson, and you get to Cologne, and then I go Nova. Bullpen and starters.
He was sent down to the minor leagues with 8
wins.
5th
on the depth chart about who commands the baseball, who has the presence, who can execute their pitches, who's putting up results. Robertson's in the top 5 for me, but who am I going to trust on the mound if I'm Joe Girardi? He's right up there.
Just missed. Nova's 10-4 with a 3.81 ERA. Burnett 8-9 with a 4.54 ERA. And in his last start Wednesday against the White Sox was up 13-1 and couldn't get through 5 innings to qualify for the win. The Yankees won the game. I believe it was 18-7 was the final, but Burnett could not get the victory. Swing and a miss. That's some kind of curveball. 2 down. That was 12-6, nasty, whatever you want to call it, Oral. That was it.
12-6 is on a clock from 12 o'clock high down to 6 o'clock low, and it is almost straight down the clock right there. It's about 12 to about 5:30. It almost backs up.
It's a good call, Dan.
Back-to-back strikeouts of Swisher and Chavez. Now Russell Martin, 2 for 3. And another curveball for called strike 1.
He throws that curveball, and you hear a lot about being on top of the ball. You throw a curveball, that's the only time your fingers actually beat the ball out, and they get on top and roll out in front of the ball to get that rotation. He does it extremely well.
Bert Blyleven, who went in the Hall of Fame this year, had one better than the one you're seeing right here. And this one's real good.
Best curveball you guys have seen.
I think Bird had the best one I ever hit against. Don Sutton had one of the best that I ever played behind. Nolan Ryan had one that was absolutely unhittable. I mean, when he was on with it.
Sandy Koufax come into spring training when he was 50 years old, and Sandy's curveball at 50 I was envious of.
That was after he had a bad arm.
Yeah.
And it had been retired for 16 years.
Oh, he'd come in and once a spring, he would go over and throw on the backfield to Mike Marshall and Steve Sachs and other guys as like a simulated game. And he would get them out at 50.
How hard was he throwing?
52. Mid-80s. But it was the breaking ball and the changeup, and he'd invent the split finger, and he'd come back and say through 3 innings, and he would just smile right across his face. He just loved it. I tell you what, it was amazing to watch.
2-2. Beckett, Albers, Morales, who struggled tonight. Now Wheeler for the Red Sox. The Yankees batting in the top of the 8th inning, leading 2-1. Slider down and away, full count.
The Red Sox, if they don't win this game, it's not going to be we didn't get any hits late. We didn't produce in the second with bases loaded, no out, in the 6th, and first and second, no out. That's where the game got away from so far.
And Dan Wheeler strikes out the side. Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-1. Another packed house, as is always the case here at Fenway, but they need their team to get going with the bats, or they will lose the series and fall out of first place. Here, the two teams are tied right now. Another night game tonight. The Rangers play home Sunday games at night because of the heat. And they came back with 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning, 2 of them on a base hit by Elvis Andrus to overtake the Indians and to win 5-3. That is a big, big win for the Texas Rangers, who are in a battle with the Los Angeles Angels, now a game up on them. The Indians lose. Now the Tigers also lost, so the Indians remain 4 back of Detroit in the American League Central. How about the numbers, Bulldog, for David Robertson getting the job done in the 8th inning this year?
Off the chart. You see 3rd lowest among AL relievers, 7th among all major leaguers. The only little blemish, maybe a few too many walks, but I'll tell you what, when you strike out people the way he does, the stuff that he has, setting up Mariano Rivera has grown into the 8th inning job. The Yankees are very pleased with what he's doing and what he will continue to become.
What makes him so tough?
Well, the cutter, he's learned the cutter from Mariano Rivera, and Joe Girardi has said that Mariano has really worked with his presence on the mound and how he thinks through situations, and he's applying that. He's very poised, but that gentleman down there at the end, not only is a great pitcher, first ballot Hall of Famer, and continues to produce, but he is passing on the traditions and the traits that he has used so well.
A deep breath by Robertson, and now turns his attention to David Ortiz. Ortiz kind of backing away from the pitch a little bit, takes a strike, and now between pitches, the shift comes on as Nunez, who's playing third base, goes over to the second base side of the bag, leaving Jeter in his natural spot at short. Different teams will play this different ways.
And it really begs the question. In baseball, when one game can be independent and one game's $1 million to certain teams and a win, why a leadoff hitter like David can't just bunt the ball to third base to get on base? You would think you could practice the play a few times a day so that you're confident enough to just bunt the ball in that direction. Any ball that goes towards third in this defensive alignment is a man on first who's the tying run, and all he could be is the tying run even if he hits it over the fence.
And the basic rule of punting for a base hit is base hit or foul, which would be very easy.
Seems easy. I don't know. I think I could do it at 60.
Ortiz chases and is retired, 1 down.
My wife's out there saying I'm 61. I know that.
You know, I just about called you on that. I
know.
I thought we had this.
Well, I can't do it now. When I was 60, I could do it. How's that?
1 down on the bottom of the 8th inning. Robertson now will face Carl Crawford, 2 for 3, and 8 for his last 9.
Well, Carl has kind of gotten a free pass this year because of how the production of the offense has worked here with the Red Sox and how well they performed, tied for first going into this game, but he is not up to his standards, and this is a bat that could help him win some fans over, help the Red Sox get back in this since he's so hot.
There are the numbers. As we mentioned, Crawford made outs in his first 2 at-bats Friday, is 8 for 9 since then. He's raised his average to 257, but certainly has not been the Carl Crawford that Tampa Bay saw over the years, hitting down in the 6th spot. But as Earl mentioned, some of the other hitters doing so well for Boston, it's been overshadowed to a certain extent. Jonathan Papelbon up in the Red Sox pen. Ripped into right field, a base hit. It'll be a single for Crawford. Now 9 for his last 10.
Well, one of the advantages of having Carl hit down in the order is that you can set him free on the bases, and you don't have to worry about your big boys up and being thrown out trying to steal like Dustin Pedroia did earlier in the game with Adrian Gonzalez at the plate.
Josh Reddick is the batter. Crawford draws a throw. He's got just 13 stolen bases this year. Now he's on the DL for a while. He's been caught 5 times. He represents the tying run with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Got to send him, right?
Yes, you have to send him. This is all part of earning the money.
Buster Olney telling us that when Robertson has been on the mound this year, the opponents have been successful in 11 of 12 stolen base attempts.
It's not much of a move to first base. He stands on the third base side of the rubber, so he has a lot of turn if he goes to first, and he's 1-3 to the plate.
Crawford bluffs a start. It's a ball and a strike.
Well, that's your kind of half pitch out. You just throw a fastball away and you allow your catcher to get out there and get in position to throw that ball. Russell Martin was ready to throw. It was a fake start at first base. I don't know why it's fake. He really has to let it go. Come on, Carl.
Now a swing and a miss. The pitch will get past Martin to the backstop, and Crawford will be able to go into second base.
This might have been Russell Martin thinking about Carl and not thinking about catching and blocking that ball.
So Crawford to second with 2 down, scored a wild pitch. And now Varitek. Red Sox with a lot of chances here tonight, as Oral mentioned a little bit earlier. They have left 8 men on, had the bases loaded with nobody out in the second, got a 1 run, but that was on a 2-out single. Leadoff man on in the 3rd, 2 on in the 4th, leadoff man in the 5th. The first 2 men reached in the 6th. They're not taking advantage of their opportunities. It's
a really late breaking cutter. If the hitter gives up on it, they're in no man's land. And that was a ball that was started right at the middle of the plate, cut over the inside corner. Varitek wants the ball out over the plate so that he can try to hook it in the right center field.
Crawford at second. Breaking ball in the dirt. This one gets away from Martin. Crawford to third. Now, with this having happened twice, Oral, you got a runner at third right now. Does that take the breaking ball right out of the equation?
It doesn't take it out of the equation, but you're going to have to trust Russell Martin to block it.
Well, I got news for you. I don't think he trusts him to block it.
Well,
this happened twice in 1 inning. He has a really weird stance. I don't know why a guy would ever get in such an awkward, non-athletic position to try to block a ball.
Well, he did a good job with Freddie Garcia on the mound earlier tonight.
Yeah, he did, but he wasn't up that high. Yeah. You know, you can keep your butt down low and still block the ball efficiently.
Well, Varitek's looking for a redemption. Is back in the 6th with first and second, 1 out and a 3-0 count. He popped up when he had a 3-0 green light. And he swung at a ball, or a ball that was at the top of the strike zone.
If you're at third base, you have to anticipate a ball in the dirt. You have to read that ball going down to the dirt and score on anything that's close.
Popped up, foul territory, third base side for Nunez. And the Red Sox will leave another man on in scoring position. Monday Night Baseball presented by AT&T 7 Eastern. The Red Sox at Target Field to take on the Minnesota Twins. And then Wednesday night, it'll be the Angels at Yankee Stadium as they take on the Yankees. Both games also available online at ESPN3.com. Here, top of the ninth, the Yankees 2 and the Red Sox 1 as they try to settle this series. Rubber match of a 3-game series. And having not worked since Wednesday, Red Sox closer Jonathan Papelbon will come on to try to keep it at just a 1-run deficit. A pending free agent, Orly says he has really dedicated himself to conditioning this year, says he's in great shape, and the numbers kind of bear it out. Look at the strikeout to walk ratio for Papelbon.
He's been outstanding. He's been consistent. You see the 24 of 25. That's probably the best stat that you can look at there. No matter what your ERA is or strikeout to walkout ratio, it's getting the job done, whether you're a cardiac closer or a clean closer. And he's been very, very good.
Eduardo Nunez will lead it off for the Yankees, to be followed by Brett Gardner and Derek Jeter as Mariano Rivera now gets up in the Yankee pen. Nunez with one of the big hits in this game, a home run off Josh Beckett in the 5th inning. Nunez and Brett Gardner, the number 9 hitter and the leadoff hitter, each have homered in this game, accounting for the Yankees' 2 runs.
149 home runs for the Yankees, number 1 in baseball. Comes out of the 9-hole and the 1-hole tonight.
Gonzalez has room. 1 down. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, the 9, 1, and 2 hitters are due up for the Red Sox. Marco Scutaro, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Dustin Pedroia. And they will face number 42.
Papelbon's having a great year, Earl. He's standing 60 feet 6 inches away from home plate, and as we mentioned earlier, and I was wrong, I don't know what I was thinking, the distance goes to the back corner of the plate from the front of the rubber.
I'll never argue with you, Skip, though. I will never argue with you.
I don't know what I was saying. I don't know what I was thinking.
You know what you were thinking? Because
front of the rubber.
We read the research. We read the research on time that it takes a ball to get to home plate and where the ball is hit and where it's usually thrown from, and that's where most of the balls are hit, in front of home plate, and I think you were going back, defaulting back to that measurement.
I was just thinking what you were saying, and I thought you said the back of the rubber or the back of the
front of the rubber to the back of the plate.
Rubber to the back of the plate, obviously. So that's where the plate goes, the tip. Absolutely. 17.5 inches down. Yeah. Get it right.
I have no idea.
Well, all you have to do is get it right.
We got it right.
We got it right.
How many tweets did you get?
I didn't get any tweets. I would have liked to have, though.
You got a text.
I had a bad feeling in my stomach.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because we talked about it earlier in the year. Show 2.
A ball and a strike on to Gardner. Yankees leading 2-1, top of 9.
You know, earlier in the year we mentioned how Ellsbury was swinging and how he's a powerful, athletic person who could hit for an average and hit with power. I think the same with this guy. I think before his career's over, he'll be a 20 home run man every season.
Really?
Yep.
Late on that, the count 2-2.
Who's he remind you of, Bobby?
Who's he remind you of, Earl? And I'll
a little bit of
disagree.
No,
a little bit of
Johnny Damon, a little bit, but calmer in the box as far as size and stature, the way he kind of hacks the ball, and how we analyzed Johnny Damon the one time, how everybody thinks his swing is so ugly, but we just showed it was only the leg kick that really made him look odd.
I think when Gardner just frees himself up a little and starts a little earlier, he's going to be able to put that athletic ability into a perfect swing.
Off the end of the bat to shallow center. Great attempt by Ellsbury, but can't come up with it. It'll be a base hit for Gardner.
That was a wise play. As Gardner took a big turnaround first base, and I know he wasn't thinking this as he was running, but he could steal second against Papelbon just as easily as he could test the arm of Ellsbury out in center field. But that's a very nice try as the ball's in and then out of his glove. I had it. I don't have it.
So Gardner aboard. He's already got a stolen base tonight. He has stolen 20 in a row since the last time he was caught. As the Yankees look for a little insurance. The batter is Derek Jeter, 0 for 3, also hit by a pitch. Gardner now with 34 stolen bases overall on the season. And again, the Yankees lead the league in stolen bases. Not a stat you associate with them. You expect them to be up there in the home run department, and they do lead the league in homers. You don't expect them to be leading the league in steals. Pitch out, not going. As one of the 2 negative outcomes from a pitch out, as Bobby described them to us, happens right here.
Ball 1. And you know, when you take a big lead as Gardner has at first base, because Gonzalez gives him that extra step or two, all you have to do is peek in and you can see the pitch out. The catcher really won't be able to cover it up with a lead if you take one more stride, and one more stride is an easy lead with that defensive positioning. Oh,
The sign when I broke into the big leagues for a pitch out was a fist, or there was something odd about what was going on by there, and it was something you could look in. But, you know, it changed over the years, Bobby, and you know this, where we went to repeat signs, like if you gave 3 3s in a row or 3 2s in a row or 3 1s, that was the pitch out. And you can do that with certain pitchers that can lock into multiple things, but some pitchers, especially bullpen guys that don't get a lot of signs because they don't pitch many innings, sometimes it's still just the fist.
It's real easy to see this from first base or from the camera in center field when it's on television, so you know what it is when you're there.
Not going. Inside, ball 2.
So that pitch out has kept him on first base for 3 pitches. They figured if he pitches out on the first pitch, he could pitch out on 1 and 1.
But you don't figure they're going to pitch out 2 behind in the count already.
I think he can steal on a pitch out. This is a 1-4 leg kick on the mound. If he gets a good jump, he could beat the throw to second base even on a pitch out.
That's easily the closest play we've seen at first base on the many, many throws that Red Sox pitchers have made over there tonight.
And there was a slower throw, quick feet, slow throw, and a low throw that allowed Gonzalez to move his right foot back and get in a position where he can make that tag. But it wasn't a snap throw and it wasn't a high throw. The throw took him into the swipe.
Something figures to happen here. Let's see. Another throw, and again close.
He's really quick to first, but he's slow to home.
And he's borderline balking, I think, from the mound because he's doing that jump instead of the step to first.
He used to call that a lot.
Balking Bob Davidson would call him.
No jump moves allowed.
There he goes. And he'll steal it without a throw.
Now he could steal third on the first pitch because it's going to be 1 look to second. He thinks that his job's over of holding guys on. He has to get the hitter. It's 3-1 count. Just take 1 little look back there, and Gardner can get a nice little walking lead.
Pedroia trying to keep Gardner close.
No looks.
He went no look. That was a good move by Peppelbaum.
It was.
Yep. Very good move. This is a lot of times the runner will be waiting for the pitcher to look back, give you the 1 look, and just go on his head. He gives no look at second base and just pitches to the plate. That type of move will also disturb the hitter, because the hitter's waiting for him to look back at the runner at second. He doesn't look at all. It's like a quick pitch.
You better look this time.
No look.
And a ground ball to third. Jeter retired 2 down. Gardner stays at second. Now Granderson will be the hitter. The Yankees up 2-1. Mariano Rivera patiently awaiting his opportunity, throwing intermittently down in the Yankee bullpen. 29 saves on the season. Great numbers again for Rivera, an ERA under 2. Anderson, 3 walks tonight. He's also hit a fly ball to right field. Gardner with a great speed out at second, 2 down.
You know what's interesting about the no look that he's using in the 3 pitches with a man on second is that with Varitek behind the plate, if he's getting too much, I think Varitek calls time for him. And I think they've gone over this, because to go 3 in a row without looking is really dangerous. There has to be something that they've communicated that Varitek's in charge of the runner.
Exactly. Good call. He'll just stand up and basically call time. Yeah.
And Papelbon is taking so much time to concentrate as he looks in for the target after he comes set that he's given Varitek even time to check the runner.
Otherwise, he could just walk over to third, can he?
Popped up and a back out of play. Sports Center comes your way here on ESPN at the conclusion of this game. The guys were expecting, well, maybe not expecting. On the schedule, they were supposed to get on at 11 o'clock Eastern time, but with a Yankee Red Sox game, you just know it's going to take a while.
They were expecting to get on late.
Yeah.
But we didn't expect it to be more hours than runs scored.
It's true. Jonathan Coachman, Steve Levy standing by. Runner goes. And the pitch is lifted to right field. Deep but playable. Inning over. So Papelbon does his job. We will go to the bottom of the ninth. Scutaro, Ellsbury, Pedroia coming up for the Red Sox. With the New York Yankees leading the Boston Red Sox 2-1, and in comes Mariano Rivera, who has been doing it so well for so long. Only Trevor Hoffman has more career saves, and Rivera could pass him this season. The postseason numbers mind-boggling. An All-Star 12 times, a World Series champion 5 times. And look at the numbers he's putting up this year. Not too shabby for a guy his age. Not too shabby for a guy any age.
The best of the best. And he's done it at this ballpark many a night.
He wants to send him home sad one more time. The Sandman cometh, and he's on the mound.
He's got a 1-run lead, and he's got to deal with Marco Scutaro, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Dustin Pedroia. Scutaro does have a home run off Rivera in his career. Ellsbury on deck, then Pedroia, if any of them reach Adrian Gonzalez. Cutter outside, ball 1. Nunez way in on the grass at third.
Rivera can field his position very well.
They just don't believe that Scudero can pull the ball off of Mariano. He's going to be pitching him away and throwing the cutter away. Nunez is basically, I mean, he's out of position. There's no reason for him to be in that close. A left-hander who can really bunt, possibly, who could really run. Scudero's only average.
Paints the outside corner, the count 1-2. Rivera now 41 years of age and still going strong. 2 strikes. Now Nunez backs up at third.
It's so hard to hit Mariano when he backs up that far. Oh, that's the time to try to bunt.
Fly ball high and deep to left field. Off the wall. Scudero with a leadoff double.
The Yankees get a home run out of their 9-hole hitter, but now Boston gets a double out of theirs, and only the Green Monster saves it from Rivera. His first thought was it's a home run. His second thought, the monster.
Ellsbury gets the bunt down. Nobody at third and out at first on a bang-bang play.
Well, Nunez was committed to the bunt on that situation, and he came in. Rivera went over to field the ball, and it was Nunez who was yelling first, first, first as Mario turned around and saw no one was at third base. He got back in a nick of time. As Nunez committed to the bunt, he's in. Mariano, as mentioned, is a very good fielder. He's yelling no one's there as he looks over his shoulder and throws the first. Bang, bang. Just gets him.
So the tying run is at third base with 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Rivera will face Dustin Pedroia as the infield comes in for the Yankees. Pedroia has never had a hit off Mariano Rivera.
And Dan, the fortunate thing for the Red Sox, he doesn't need a hit. He just needs to make it touch the outfield grass or get it out there. Sac fly.
Really wants that cutter up and out over the plate. He wants to drive the ball in a big part of the park. That's from left center field to right center field.
Gets it to the outfield. Caught by Gardner. Tagging Scudero. Tie game. Blown save for Mariano Rivera and Bedlam here at Fenway Park. Adrian Gonzalez, the batter. And a grounder is short. And we're going to extra innings in Boston. The Red Sox get a run off Rivera onto the 10th. The ninth, Scudero doubles. Ellsbury bunts him to third. Pedroia delivers the sac fly. The Red Sox tie it, and it's on to the 10th here at Fenway Park. Into the game now for the Red Sox. Right-hander Daniel Bard.
He can really bring it, Dan. He's got velocity. He's got great breaking stuff. He's been outstanding for them. He's electric.
Well, the Red Sox early on had so many opportunities. And the bases loaded in the second inning. Ellsbury with a fly ball. They leave him loaded. In the fourth inning, 2 on with 2 outs. Ellsbury grounds out. And they leave those 2 men on. 6th inning, Josh Reddick, Jason Varitek, and Jacoby Ellsbury all make outs with runners in scoring position. In the 8th inning, Varitek strands a runner at third. But in the 9th inning, they finally convert. It starts with Scudero doubling off Rivera, high off the monster to left center. Ellsbury gets a bunt down, and then the sac fly by Pedroia scores Scudero, and the Red Sox tie it to send the game to extra innings. Bard to face Teixeira. This game is 4 hours old, and the crowd has thinned somewhat, but not much. It's past midnight here in the East. And just about everybody's still here. There's a strike at 99. The count 1-1.
Daniel Bard was so good for so long. Had a 26-inning scoreless streak until his last 2 outings when he gave up runs. Lost to Cleveland here the other day. He's trying to get back on the beam and get hot again. And he's got a tie game to deal with.
And a guy at the plate who has 4 home runs off him and 14 at-bats. Not the first person you like to see when you come into a tie game.
Well, Teixeira is a good high fastball hitter for a left-handed hitter. Switch hitter, of course, but on the left side, he hits the high fastball better than most left-handed hitters, and Bard likes to live up there.
5th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox. Goes with a slider, and I guess after gearing up for 99, Teixeira predictably is out in front of that pitch, in on his hands too, and he yanks it foul. Now, when the Red Sox were on their way to tying it in the bottom of the 9th, Phil Hughes started to throw briefly in the Yankee pen. Nobody throwing right now, but Hughes, as we mentioned earlier, available in the pen just in case, even though he's got a start scheduled for Tuesday at this point.
What was probably happening, Dan, is he expected Mariano Rivera to get the save. He was getting a light side work in so that he'd be ready for Tuesday. But when Rivera gives up the save opportunity and it's a tie game, he shuts it down and now is available still for this game.
With the off day tomorrow, Mariano couldn't go 2 innings in this game. Even though it's a blown save, they could send them back out there to throw another.
Up and in, a full count now to Teixeira.
And the way Phil Hughes had that leg shaking, the adrenaline's going, so he's probably next in the game.
A 2-2 tie in the top of the 10th at Fenway. Teixeira leading off the inning against Bard. Cano and Swisher still to come. Nasty stuff. 1 down. Now let's go back to the bottom of the 9th. After the leadoff double by Marco Scudero, Ellsbury gets a bunt down. Bobby, let's take us back to that play.
Yeah, they don't have many sacrifice bunts. This is a terrible bunt, and Nunez for some reason sells out. There's no reason for him to be in that far with Mariano being such a great athlete. On a poor bunt like that, Mariano could have fielded that ball and got the runner at third base. Instead, no one was there, and the only thing that Nunez could do is be a cheerleader and say, please throw the ball at first base. That's one of those plays, a little play that costs you a game, and Mariano probably knows it, and so does Nunez.
The Yankees will have to make an adjustment in the future to that defense. Their opposing scouts will record that you can fake a bunt and steal third on them when Nunez is over there selling out that much.
Now, luckily, A-Rod is on his way back, so this isn't a permanent solution to their situation. But when A-Rod comes back, that play will be handled better than it was handled in the ninth inning.
Nunez, a shortstop by trade, playing third base in the absence of Alex Rodriguez, as Hughes gets up again. Just missed. A ball and a strike on Cano, who's 1 for 4 tonight.
Yeah, Dan, the reason we knew that Hughes was working out is the fact that nobody throws behind Mariano Rivera. He gets it done.
He doesn't need a...
No one ever backs him up.
Just in case, a safety net.
Empty when Mariano Rivera's in there, even if his bases loaded, no out, nobody's behind him. He was working out until the game got tied.
Yeah, today's not his throw day. Today's his 5th day. So today really is his day to pitch in the game. So as Earl said, he thought he didn't get into this game, so he's going to get his bullpen work in, so he's ready for Tuesday. Instead, that bullpen work is getting him ready for the 11th or the 10th.
Broken back grounder to second. Out number 2.
So we've been into this 4 hours from now and getting ready for the ball to be hit. What does Dustin Pedroia, who just drove in the tying run, do? Say, well, I need a little exercise, so I'm ready for every play. And he is stuck in suspended animation. Actually, he was going to take a step and go into that jumping position, as he does on every play. Feeling good. Let's play some baseball.
Yeah, he's been in the middle of a lot of things tonight, as always seems to be the case. Drove in the tying run in the bottom of the 9th. Here's Swisher. All right, Dustin has been liberated, Bobby.
He's fixed, he's moving, and he's jumping, not for joy, but for a ready position.
And he does that on every single pitch.
Yes, he does. And tonight, there's only been 164 of them that he's done that on.
The night is young. 0-2.
Well, at least with the 4-hour game, we got the 4th run. It's an hour a run. One of the most special feelings that you can have as a player and as a pitcher is when it gets so loud in a stadium that you can feel the noise on your body, and it just impacts you in a way that gives you even more adrenaline. And it actually is like the roar of the ocean, and it makes you feel like you're all by yourself.
And controlling that emotion is what separates the success from the failure.
No swing on the appeal. 2-2. And I assume you get a little bit more of that feeling here than just about any other ballpark in baseball.
You do, because the fans are so close, and the only thing that doesn't make it the ultimate as far as the noise and the feeling against your body is that we're not in a dome. In the domes, it was absolutely deafening, and the reverberation or whatever, the vibration off your body was tangible, and you could feel it everywhere on your body.
Full count.
And the feeling, Dan, is that I have to use this energy in a place, in a position for my body that I want it to do, not to try too hard, because the easiest thing to do is to give in to the energy and try and do too much.
It's like being on the dance floor and being in front of the speaker.
Yeah, exactly.
You really get into it. You really do.
One, two, three. Go the Yankees in the top of the 10th. Bard strikes out a couple. Middle of the order for Boston, due up in the bottom of the 10th. Phil Hughes is on his way in from the bullpen for the Yankees to face Youkilis, Ortiz, and Crawford. Conclusion of this game from Fenway Park. We go to the bottom of the 10th between the Yankees and the Red Sox, all tied up at 2. If you're just joining us, Boston getting the run that tied it in the bottom of the 9th. A Scudero double, an Ellsbury sacrifice, and a Pedroia sacrifice fly off Mariano Rivera, who does not come back for the 10th inning. Phil Hughes, as we were told, available in relief. And on in relief right now. Was scheduled to make a start on Tuesday. But Joe Girardi said, hey, you never know when you might need an extra arm in a Yankee-Red Sox game. Tonight's the night. Hughes pitching in relief, so it looks like Ivan Nova will make the Hughes start on Tuesday.
And that's not a downgrade at all for the Yankees. Nova's been throwing the ball very, very well. They're very encouraged about the way Phil Hughes has been throwing the ball, and that will be tested. There's Nova and Cologne.
And what they saw out of Hughes last start was a fastball curveball pitcher who got away from throwing the slider, threw his fastball from both sides of the plate and elevated it, and then used his good curveball off of that fastball. Fastball first pitch and curveball off of it. Hughes not biting.
Youkilis 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. High fly ball to center, but room for Granderson, one down. Well, the crowd on the edge of its collective seats right now. With every swing of the bat, especially after the comeback in the bottom of the 9th. And they'll get even more excited as Big Papi is announced. Some good numbers for Ortiz against Hughes. Curveball, strike one. And again, the shift arm.
This is with the third baseman on the first base side of second base. Shortstop staying at home. It's the way to play that defense, I believe.
So that's Cano way out on the outfield grass. Nunez playing near where the second baseman would be, and Jeter where he always is.
Now you only have one guy out of position instead of multiple. changeup at 85. The curveball's been at 77. And the fastball, the key ingredient that they've been waiting to come back, 93.
Ripped to right. A ground rule double for David Ortiz. And the winning run is at second with one out here in the bottom of the 10th. And Darnell McDonald is already out of the dugout to pinch run for Ortiz.
It was 93, Dan, but it was low and it was a place where David could handle it.
There's a conference on the mound talking about walking Carl Crawford, who's been hot. So Poppy's getting his high five. McDonald's on second base as the runner. His ball comes in a little early. Very good swing, kept it fair. Get firm, get off the backside. Swing up and through the ball, and he's there. A double for anyone because it's a ground rule when it bounces into the stands. So they walk Carl Crawford here. Set up a situation. The situation's first and second. The only runner you're thinking about is the runner at second because you go home if he scores. Sets up a force out, and third, second, and first.
So Crawford, who is 9 for his last 10, but just 2 for 15 in his career against Hughes, but they'll put him on percentage play and bring up Josh Reddick. 0 for 4 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. But a guy who's done an outstanding job swinging the bat for the Red Sox the last month or so.
But Dan, you're thinking about getting 2 outs so you can get another shot on offense. And so they're looking at which 2 guys you want to get out. Crawford wasn't one of them.
McDonald, the pinch runner at second. Crawford, the runner at first. Line down the left field line toward the corner. A fair ball, and the Red Sox win it. They tie it in the 9th inning off Rivera. They win it in the 10th inning off Hughes. Josh Reddick, the hero, with the RBI single into the left field corner that scores pinch runner Darnell McDonald after David Ortiz had doubled with 1 out of the inning. Let's go down to Tim Kirchin, who is with Josh Reddick.
Josh, did you figure that they were going to walk Carl Crawford to get to you in that situation with first base open?
Yeah, definitely. I had that coming out on deck as soon as Poppy hit the double. And, Crawford had a great night for us. So, I was expecting that. So, luckily I got a good pitch to handle.
You've really gotten a chance to play this year with injuries and everything else, and you are really playing well. Is this what you've been looking for on the big league level, is just a chance to show what you can do?
Yeah, opportunities happen every day, and unfortunately you get it to come at people's injuries. But you got to make the best of your opportunity and, ride the wave as long as you can, and I'm going to hopefully keep helping this ball club win.
How encouraging is it for your team to come back and score off of Mariano Rivera in the 9th inning?
Oh, that's huge. He's the best closer in the game right now. And, he's been dominating with 1 pitch his whole career. And for us to just come out there and grind like we have been doing all year, with this lineup, shows how much, heart we have and, the talent that we really have on this ball club.
Thank you, Josh. Dan, back to you.
Tim, thank you. Josh Reddick with a big hit, the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 10th. Tonight's Chevrolet player of the game is Reddick. First career walk-off hit for him, 8th for the Red Sox this season. as they come back to beat the Yankees 3-2 and take 2 out of 3 in the series, and that means they are in sole possession of first place right now in the American League East, a game ahead of their arch rivals, the Yankees. An interesting game tonight here at Fenway with all kinds of twists and turns. Reddick delivers the game-winning hit as the Red Sox beat the Yankees 3-2 in 10 innings here at Fenway Park. Coming up next on ESPN, it's Sports Center. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Buster Olney, Tim Kirchin, and our entire ESPN crew, I'm Dan